Alright. Alright, we are back with Tavern Talk, of course. This has been enjoyable. Like, I've really liked the art, I've liked the humor. I'm really sad that we did have a bad conclusion to one of our quests for not giving them the drink. I thought intelligence would help over being able to fight, because we've been able to do that, but I guess that's kind of how they got one over on us. It's like, no, they actually had to be able to defend themselves against the zombie horde. Otherwise, their client died, so... Whoops. But we are in the third act, and last time at the very end, the tavern got awash in a giant wall of water? Like the primordial sea is like leaking into the world or something or other? Something crazy like that, so... We'll see, but it's still been enjoyable. It's still been a lot of fun. It's still been very cute. And we do still have the DLC to go, which we should be able to hopefully tackle the DLC in one session as well. Because they did say the DLC adds like 3 to 4 hours of content and such. But yeah, it's so cute. But let's go! Alright, yeah, we are in Act 3. That's the autosave. Did I make any other saves? Okay, it's the same. Yeah, Act 3, the Twilight Flood. The Riptide. I'm so happy the sheep lived! I saw the dragon move, but I didn't see where the sheep went when the flood was covering the almost the entire tavern, so... And we still have winter decorations and holiday and all that stuff. Very cute. Let's go. Alright, we're back to somewhat normal. Hi! Sup, my fellow Enigma? Sup? I don't find you that difficult to comprehend. That's what they all think. How's it going? Hopping? Running? Moderately. Why? My tavern are doing well, but we were hit by a tsunami yesterday. Yeah. I'm glad I can provide comfort to everyone in these trying times, but I also wish they were less turbulent. Boo. Spoken like a true politician. Commit to one extreme. I'm committing to honesty. Yeah, right. Good one. But a tsunami, huh? So that's what that was. Cool. Sucks that I was busy playing a round of Magic the Scattering. I really do like when they make little subtle nods to other, like, fantasy things. Oh my gosh, look at his fingers! Is he magicking that? Look at his fingers! Look at his fingers! He's like playing a little tiny violin. What in the world? I just noticed that. Oh my gosh, this guy is an enigma. That's like I was gonna make the joke, but then it's like, oh, he's literally playing the world's tiniest violin somehow. Where's Minstrel? Where's my professional violinist at when these times? Made me miss the whole thing. That was a good meta joke with Magic the Gathering, right? Right? It's like Magic the Scattering. Ha ha ha. I would have loved to have surfed those waves. I'm sure you would have had a grand old time. Maybe next flood. You think I should start the next one on purpose? No. Aw, come on. This place has made you lame. I'd like to keep my tavern standing, and the people around it as well. Like I said, lame. Hang on, I'm gonna boost my mic just a smidge. I think I turned it down last night because I was concerned that a lot of the audio from the Game Awards was coming across it too much, so I turned it down a smidge. You know, audio. But you got anything interesting to say? I have an interesting question. Shoot. Have you seen Melly anywhere? She's gone missing. Uh-oh. Oh, that pocket-sized detective? Sure did. Several times, even. Were any of them recently? Would say so. Think the last time was 2 days ago? I was chilling in the Moon Swamp. Had just tested out that witch's spa good old Voy Boy recommended. Met some lost travelers on the way back and was giving them the conversation of their lives. Oh, when that cat rudely interrupted my business pitch. Made them run off without a single handshake. Little snitch. Oh. I'm noticing little details about this guy. It's like, not only is he holding a knife, but his little, like, his little rat boa is holding a little tiny knife too. Cute. What were you selling? Hair growth cocktails, inspired by your little things. You drink them, your hair grows. Fast? Ah, well, fast, schmast, past. It will grow eventually. You just gotta have some patience. I see. So, Melly at the Moon Swamp, where exactly did you see her? On the way to the moon pools, duh. Where the paths diverge and nature tries to lead you astray from its shimmering reflections in the water. Isn't that near one of the Twilight Chasm portals? Oh yeah, that means she got a fresh opportunity to go surfing. Good for her. What a positive outlook on things. Anyway, always good to have one of those. After all that matters in life is fun, right? I don't know about that. Life is full of many beautiful, important things. Not all of them are fun. They should be, at least for me. Don't care what you're up to. Speaking of fun, been wondering, do you think I should explore the Twilight Chasm? Do you want to? No, your bun's broke. Rip. Well, I don't know if, like, how they broke. Like, if they split in half, you could always just, like, kind of press it together and go with, like, kind of a sandwich format, I guess. Even though technically hot dogs are not a sandwich. I don't know. We're not getting into that. Ish. It sounds exciting, especially since I've never been there before. They say it's just like Avalon, but reversed, with a different color scheme and all that. Do you enjoy Avalon? Sometimes. I haven't been home in ages. Let me tell you, as soon as those portals opened up, I was out of there. Running from pesky consequences. You got it. Been wondering what a nightmare version of Gaia looks like. That's what they call it, right? Avalon's the dream. The Twilight Chasm's the nightmare. Gaia's like waking up. Probably doesn't look too different from the Sealy Court, am I right? Couldn't tell you. So you claim, but I know a fellow scam artist when I see one. We do still have about an air of mystery about us. In the mirror? Oh, you think you're funny, don't you? Well, you're hilarious. High five, bud? No. Bummer. Anyway, with your obviously non-existent, only hypothetical plane traveling experience, do you think I should take a trip down to the horrors of memory and melancholia? I think you should. It sounds very exciting. Who knows what you'll find? Maybe the answers you seek. I'm not seeking any answers. I already know what I want. Then maybe you'll find the right questions. You're so weird. You know that, right? That makes two of us. You got me there. Fascinating advice, Innkeeper. If I cared more, I'd probably say it says something about you. I mean, I did say it, so. Luckily for you, this is already boring me. Then how about a drink to keep you with me a little longer? We're on the same wavelength today, dude. Yeah, hit me with one of those. Something for those waves in my brain so you can keep my interest a little longer. I'll mix up something real quick. Alright, so he wants something for the brain. What are we gonna make him? We can either make him a silent owl, a peaks sunrise, or good old classic sparkling nebula. You know, let's make him a peaks sunrise. We will have to use a little thingy, though. Okay, I think the flower. It's got our charisma. One little bit of agility. And 3 things of intelligence. There we go. Peak sunrise. Whole lot of intelligence. Oh. That was a different sounding bell. What the heck? Did y'all hear that? It sounded like a bell toll. It didn't sound like my regular little ding ding bell. Okay, game. Quick-witted and mischievous, just like you. Sick. This is lit, I'll give you that. Thank you. Is Ondu short for Kathmandu? That is a good question, Sid. I don't know. I just know our little companion's name is Ondu. Welcome back, Baya. Thank you. How was your road trip? It was good. We stopped by my spa and did mud masks. Krista, how are you? I heard it's Mexican night over at your house. Oh, man. And did you help them find a way back home? Yes. Oh, right. The interplane travelers that were from Monster Prom. That's who it was. We saw a lot of weird fishies and dreams filled with dread. It was terrifying, but it was fun. We even got to explore the gruesome mangrove. The nice ghost even gave me her sunglasses. They're so cool. What else is up? The sky and the sun, but no stars. Oh, and some trees. No, trees are in the middle. Not to an ant. Ugh, ants. So cute. Do you have any ants? Not on me. And you, Innkeeper, any ants? Not at the moment, sorry. Oh, no ants. Can I offer you a drink as an apology? Yes, make me feel like a little nimble ant. Ant potion. Got it. Oh, man. Curious. How goes game? It's going. We just got started, so you haven't missed much. Other than just reflecting about what happened from the tsunami. And the, tavern being underwater and all that noise. See, something speedy. Something speedy. I don't know, we don't really have any new drinks that focus on agility. Though I think maybe we'll get one soon? I don't know. Alright, but Swift Strike it is. So then, one shot of defense. A little shot of intelligence. And all the agility. There we go. Alright. Now see, the bell sounded right this time. Does the bell sound different if I do it wrong? I don't know. Or is that just a RNG chance? Here, for my favorite pseudo ant. Oh, this is so tasty. I want to look up at the trees now. I'm sure they'll seem taller. Can I do anything else for you? Yes, several things. Have you been handing out my coupons? I have. Just recently gave some to Voy. Have people been dropping by? They have, and they're really nice. The mud masks are the most popular, and the flowers. Grace said my flower bracelets are her favorite. They must be gorgeous. I'm making new ones just for her. She'll love that. I hope so. Second thing, are you okay? To be honest, I feel a bit distraught. The other day really did a number on me. I'm trying to stay positive, but I can't say I feel the best. Oh no, that's awful. Do you want extra coupons? Or flowers? Flower coupons? I think your company will be quite enough. Oh, nice. What about lotus flowers? I brought you some, in case I needed to cheer you up. Oh, for me? Yes. They are special flowers. I've heard they're Ur's favorite, and they bless you with their protection. They also make you feel nimble, like an ant. Ooh! New infusion. And that maybe tells me we have a new drink coming soon. Thank you very much, Baya. I've been wanting to check in on people. I really enjoyed the flood. But I thought about when the Banshee told Mari and me that some people don't like drowning. Correct. I hope I can cheer them up. A little. You're already cheering me up. I am. Yeah, I was bored. Now I'm having fun. Cheering up quest succeeded. Yippee! I also have some questions. Asks me. Have you seen Melly anywhere in your swamp? The small cat Vukakin? She might have been investigating your flowers? No. I didn't see a cat anywhere, but I was also very busy, tending to my sniffling willows. They needed a lot of love. I see. How's your swamp doing? Good. It's so wet now, and there's so many interesting critters and plants. Oh. What kind of plants? Those with teeth? Some have teeth, some have eyes and spikes, and haunting spirals of long-forgotten mistakes. Sick. I gotta check those ones out. They're nice. They speak just like the little horrible birdies. You're one of those people who can talk to plants? Yes. How are they doing? The plants, I mean. Depends on the plant, but they're all very loud at the moment. They love the water. They hate the water. They complain about the onslaught of the undead. They're ambivalent about the water. What was that? Ambivalent. It means they don't care, but they still want to say something about it. No, the undead. Ah, them. The trees from the Pale Woods are very upset. They say that squeaky undead keep chewing on their roots and bark and leaves. And their brains? No, they can't reach those. But there's a lot of them. Maybe soon they'll learn how to climb or fly. The Pale Woods. I've never been there before. Is it a good hangout spot? I don't think so. It's so dry, but maybe the undead like dryness. I would think they prefer bogs. Everyone should. Agreed. Hey Baya, can you show me those Twilight Chasm plants? Would love to taste test them. Yes, yes! But you have to help me hand out coupons first. Do I have to? Please? Fine. But only because I'm getting bored again. Hooray! And please keep handing them out to people who need cheering up, Innkeeper. Including yourself. Will do. Have fun, you two. Thank you. That's an interesting combo. Aw, Fable's still got their hair in a braid. Inigo is a whole vibe. He really is. He really is the little mischief maker. The little... What's his deal? Because they gave me a profile update on him. Hang on. Chaotic neutral. It's like he is kind of chaotic, and he is just kind of neutral other than what he's on. Hi, Fable. How's it going? All fine and dandy? All fine and tired. Actually, not so fine. Oh no! How come? Well, the city's a mess. So is the Grove and Temis and Tregorin. We still don't know exactly what happened or how. There's the undead problem. Not too far from us, apparently. And Archie is miserable. And no one has seen Melly in days. A lot of people are worried. And a lot of people also just aren't. Una told me not to worry either, but... it's hard. Changeling too, so chaotic nature makes sense. Yeah. Yes, very. I just want everyone to be safe. I want to fix this, whatever this is. Fable, I know everything is a lot right now. Adjust my microphone. I feel like I'm not getting like the pitch or the height, the volume that I want. It's falling right about where I normally want it, but I just want to be sure that, like, you know, inflection and projection and all that is going as I desire. Audio issues, woo! Especially since this is the first wave of adventurers that you've ever faced. Pun unintended. But Una isn't wrong. A little less worrying wouldn't hurt. These are both kind of undermining. Because Fable wants to help, but also, like, undermining their feelings? Like, I mean, like, truly, sometimes I do have to be talked down from worrying too much. It's like, it's probably a little bit worse than you think it is, so. I don't know. Maybe this is what Fable needs to hear. I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. Sure, it's unpleasant, but worse things have happened. No, not like that! Don't undermine feelings. And we've always been fine. Maybe it's just nature, or the dragons are craving change. There's nothing we can do about it. There's always something we can do. You taught me that. Oh. Sometimes things sort themselves out too. It's quite pleasant to wait occasionally. I just wish I could do more. It's okay. Ugh. Fable reminds me of me sometimes. Where it's like, I feel like I have to do something all the time. Or I feel like I have to be productive. Or whatever. When it's like, really, it's okay to just stand still for a moment. I understand. How about a drink? That's something I can do for you. Not right now, I think. Kumo! Right, they didn't get to have their date. Dang it. Hey! You look... stressed? Stressed? Why? What makes you say that? I'm good. I'm fine. Everything's great. He's worried about Melly. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's awesome. If you're saying it like that, something must be terribly wrong. How about a drink? A little help for telling us what's going on? Sure. Alright, he needs a spoken heart. Poor dude. I mean, clearly he is worried about Melly, but still. And don't take it out on your girl, or don't take it out on your elf. You were just about to go out on a date. Dadgummit, but times like these and someone you care about is missing, you know, tensions tend to be high, unfortunately. Alright, spoken heart. I hope this helps with the word vomit. Do I have to phrase it like that? Did I have to phrase it as word vomit? It does a little bit. Thank you. Anytime. So, what happened? Nothing, really. Much at all. I was just taking a stroll, trying to find Melina, checking in on the people Fable asked me to check on. Thank you for that. Yeah. After you helped calm me down last night, I'm glad I could help. So I was, you know, taking a walk around the outskirts of Demus. A walk is good, right? Right. So good. I even came across new people. A lot of them were echoes. Did you talk to them? Of course not. I expected nothing else. That's peculiar, though. There aren't a lot of echoes on Gaia. There are now. Apparently, the flood brought in a lot of primordial refugees. Not everyone's comfortable being submerged in water, after all, and they say Leviathan's Plain is a mess right now. Oh. I hope everyone has a place to stay. They're looking for places, sure. Some merchants are even offering them rides around Fasoa and beyond. Like to Borkum, for example, which they advertise as the perfect vacation spot. It is. It's right by the Fasoan Wadden Sea, very popular with travelers and retirees. I believe Una lives there currently, when she's not bothering me in my tavern. Awesome. I bet it's great there. I bet you can relax like nowhere else. He's smiling right now, but... What's going on, Kumo? Oh, dang it! I clicked the wrong... I didn't mean to talk about the museum. I meant to ask him how he's doing. But I guess if we keep him continuing to talk, maybe we'll get something out of him. Anyway. It's half temple, half exhibition. They have beautiful artistic renditions of the great sea serpent in there. and divine, if mediocre, relics out and about. I've heard about that. Didn't the Eye of the Storm go missing decades ago? Did it? Did you take it, Kumo? Be honest. I didn't. I wasn't alive decades ago. Also, I would have stolen more than just one measly relic. Maybe you should stop by and carry out a little burglary. Take your mind off things. They've got wonderful mocktails, too. Great. I'm sure my parents would love that. Your parents? Like they're ghosts? Was Tuat also flooded? Unlikely. I don't think souls can leave the upper world so easily. You're right. It would be difficult for ghosts to make it out of Tuat into a mocktail bar. But being Gaian tourists is a lot easier to do when you're actually not dead. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you might have to elaborate a little more. It's simple. My parents aren't dead. Huh? Huh? I saw them with the merchants near Themis, booking a carriage and an all-inclusive boat journey to Borkum. They were going on about how they had a positive outlook on having to leave the Primordial Sea. How it was like a free vacation, a blessing in disguise. Good for them. But didn't you see them die? No, I just saw a burning village and couldn't find them anywhere. That foolish conclusion was all mine. So they didn't die. They just left. Yes. I'm sorry, Kumo. That's awful. It's a new kind of awful, for sure. How stupid of me to think them dead. Shouldn't have thought that the only claws of Tuat could make them leave me. You should have. They're your parents. They should never have abandoned you. Well, they did. Indeed. So, what now? I'm not sure. I don't know what to do. Do you want to talk about it? No, not right now. Kumo, maybe? Anyway, have you found Melina yet? Not yet, but Iniko saw her last at the Moon Swamp. What? About 2 days ago. But there's a Twilight Chasm portal there, where the dragon-cursed flood started. Indeed. Did Baya see her? No, she didn't. That's great. That's awesome. That's even better. You've said awesome an alarming number of times. Because this is all so awesome! I'll keep looking for her. There's not a lot you can do without leaving your tavern, except... Innkeeper, please, I beg you, put out a quest to find Melly. Right now, I need to figure out what to do about my parents before they disappear again. I don't know how much time I'll have. She needs to be safe, but I can't go myself. We need to find her. Please help me find her. I don't exactly have enough information yet, but I'll make sure to find out more and make a quest. And I'll put it up immediately. Thank you. I hope someone will find her. We will, I promise you. I believe you. I have to go think. Good luck with that. I'll see you soon? Yeah. Don't burn down your tavern, I mean. I'll try not to. Does Andu breathe flames? Oh, man. He looks like he's enjoying a pina colada. It's called a spoken heart, which is supposed to help, like, unlock your inner feelings in order to, like, express yourself. It's like a charisma drink or something, but yeah, I can see that. Someone's worried. Of course he is. Do you really think Melly is okay? I do. She's smarter than anything she can encounter. Tooth serum got it, maybe. I trust her to take care of herself. I do too, but still, she's just a child. A very capable child. A child nonetheless. Wherever And however she is, whether she was just watching the sky or trying to unravel a mystery, she might need help. So please give me that quest. Pardon? Please give me that quest right now so I can find her. No, it's not done. That's alright. I already know both of the rumors and I know Melly well. I think I have enough information to find her, and I don't think we have time to be pedantic right now. There is a certain way things have to be done. Your way? Yes. I'm sorry, but it's just how things are. Because you made them that way. Why is Fable getting mad at me? Fable, listen. If you rush into this, you'll be putting both Melly and yourself in danger. You just told me not to worry about it. How dangerous could it be then? Well, weren't you encouraging me to go on more adventures just a week ago? Or are you only okay with me leaving when it's sometimes as small as some snails? I just keep thinking like the flood must have been caused by a massive force. Whether worrisome, purposeful, or neither, it's certainly not harmless. And you don't have a lot of experience with adventures like this. Or with different planes. What if she's in the Twilight Chasm? You need to level up before you stand a chance against true nightmares. Maybe we can get another quest from the farmers. Their fields must have taken a lot of damage. Archie needs cheering up too. Don't patronize me. Oh, they are pissed. I simply don't think you're ready for this one. Why are you being like this? You always say I should get out of my comfort zone. You encourage me to change, to grow stronger and braver. And now that I do, it's suddenly wrong? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the timing isn't right. And why do you get to decide what my timing is? Why should I leave my comfort zone, but once something is out of yours, it's a mistake? Things aren't that simple. I know. I've lived for over 100 years. I know that things aren't simple. I also know that they don't change by pretending they aren't there, or by pretending they're not missing. Think what you might, the quest hasn't been put up yet, so it cannot be taken. I don't need some sheet of parchment to find her. Just make me a drink. Think about this. You might screw both of you this way. You're going to look for someone no one has seen in several days after a giant disaster. She could be anywhere, including in a realm of nightmares you know nothing about. You've never even encountered bleak stalkers, and they'd be the least of your worries there. There are adventurers who have faced things worse than this, who will have a much higher chance of bringing her back safely, along with themselves. Is this your way of saying you won't make me a drink? Just let it go. Let someone else handle it. So they get hurt instead of me? That's not what I said. But it's what you meant. You don't know what's awaiting you out there. But you do. Of course not. But I can guess it won't be pretty. You know, I never really realized how much you'd lie to me all the time. You tell me to be honest, but how can I know you're being honest with me? I'm always honest with you, Fable. I care about you. Let me help you. Maybe you can take a nap in one of my rooms and we'll see how you feel after. Enough! I've made up my mind. And I've made up mine. I'm not giving you the quest. I'm not making you a drink. Okay, I don't need a drink. Don't be ridiculous. Going on an adventure without my help is reckless at best, foolish at worst. I'm not going to sit around and wait while other people suffer, not if I have a chance to help them. I'm not like you. You're right. You're not. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I know I'm going to find Melina. I don't care what it takes. And I'm not going to let anyone stop me, not even you. Fable. Oh, they are pissed. Fable, there's adventuring and then there's throwing yourself headfirst into danger, you goober. Yeah. Yeah, there's making Irrational decisions at the height of emotions. That's... Like, there's bravery, and then there's... not stupidity, but just... again, just being too rash. Yeah, kind of like you said, throwing yourself headfirst into danger. Like, that's not going to help anybody by keeping calm. Or not by not keeping calm. Like, my gosh. I felt so bad, Fable being mad at us. Maybe I should have been more honest. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to click, they'll be fine. Bah. Yeah, at least round up a fellowship or something, right? If I know anything about Fable, they'll probably befriend the Twilight Chasm. Or bake it a cake, sing it a song. Though I don't think the Twilight Chasm is the problem here. No, I don't want to think about that. Not sure what to do with those rumors now. Guess I'll just hang on to them. Well, I better close up for the day. Man, what a day. Though we do get to make a new quest. Let me see. Okay, we've got more... We've got 3 rumors concerning undead. Let's see. But then... that... We've got 2 things about the flood, but I don't think that's it yet. But the undead seems it. The vegan dead. What? The Pale Woods and its surrounding areas have been plagued by undead lately. First undead snails scavenging crops, then humanoid cadavers gnawing away at the forest itself. The local plants can't catch a break. No one knows why they suddenly hunger for the local flora. Some brave adventurers, preferably experienced with the exanimate, should look into this. Okay. Alright. Oh. What a first day back. Like, my gosh. Alright. Real quick though, you guys see we are very close to an ad. Will likely happen in the middle of the day if we start it. I don't want that to happen, so I'm going to leave you guys here. We're going to go ahead and let our ads run. I'm going to get something to drink, which I suggest you guys do the same, since this is a game about drinks and the tavern and all that noise, of course. We always try to run only 3 minutes of ads per hour. Y'all know the drill. It does help the stream out, but if you ever want to help the stream out more and have cute emotes like cat in chat to use on your own, you can always do Twitch sub, Prime Gaming, all that noise. Y'all know the drill. I am going to go ahead and run ads so we can have a whole nother hour and time, and however long this day is going to be. Yesterday was short, but it felt long. But yeah, we will run 3 minutes of ads, and I will be right back. Thank you guys for your patience. Get sippies. Get sippies. Get your drinks. Ad break is over, so thank you everybody for your patience. Got my customary ginger ale, as usual. There. Good stuff. Alright, let us continue. The pen and the sword. Oh boy. Hello, brave adventurer. Welcome back to my tavern. Hello, innkeeper. Thank you dearly for the hospitality the other day. Not being alone after all that happened. You miss ginger ale. Been so long since you last had it. You should get some, Sid. Something about this time of year always makes me crave ginger ale, and having like regular ginger ale, cranberry, black cherry, and blackberry ginger ales. Ooh, very good. It really helped. I'm glad to hear that. How are you doing? These past few days have been quite eventful. I'm alright. I think. I'm just trying to keep myself busy so I don't have time to think about the things that happened. Understandable. Losing a loved one is always tough, and healing takes a lot longer than you'd expect. I fear you might be right. Are you perhaps speaking from experience? I've been doing this job long enough to witness countless adventurers passing through my tavern. Some of them return, some don't. But they always leave someone behind, mourning. Green tea ginger ale? Huh. I've never thought about that combination. Sounds intriguing, though. I see. Does it get any easier? What do I say about watching the morning? I mean, like, you get used to it in a sense, but at the same time, because, like, I mean, when you are experienced to seeing, it's different to see someone mourning and you mourning personally. So, like, in a way, like, the more you're exposed to it, the more that, you know, you see it and you kind of know what it is, but that doesn't mean it ever goes away. Especially when you've lost somebody you were close to. But, yeah, you deal with it easier because you've already been exposed to what that is. So I guess in a way it does, because you've had that experience. When you're first hit with it, then, you know, again, it's kind of like ripping off a band-aid. It's just something completely new. It does, eventually. That's good to hear. Then not everything is hopeless. Distraction is always a good approach, though. I think I know what you mean. I've been writing a lot the last 2 days. I want to hold on to every memory I've made along the way, and especially to Theo's last moments. I thought going on an adventure would be like the books I read as a kid. But it's not even remotely similar. Reality is harsher than the stories portray. I'm sorry, Archie. It's alright. Thank you for your sympathy, but I'll manage. Actually, I've been thinking about switching careers. I think I might be better off at home, just dreaming of these adventures, and writing them down, with happy endings and all. I'd like to note that others mentioned how much they love listening to your stories. And so did Theo. Maybe I should take Rhea's advice and really continue my life the way Theo wanted for me. It's the safer route, for sure, and if it's what you want, then why shouldn't you? On another note, how about a drink to wind down a little? Sure, why not? Any specific wishes? Surprise me with something that'll keep me focused on writing. Something to ward off distracting thoughts. Nothing easier than that. Alright. Defense, huh? He wants a defensive drink. Let's see. Let's make him a first snow. Comfortable and safe. Yeah, we'll go first snow. Or unless it was like ward off. Because like it is defense, but sometimes I feel like the words maybe have something to do with it too. Physical and spiritual harm. I want to go with first no. I'm biased. I think... yeah, it's one of these. I know I could use a drink to ward off negative distractions, right? Right, absolutely. I mean, lately that kind of feels like how matcha lattes has been for me in a sense. Just because matcha is a different kind of caffeine and like all the good and everything it has in it. So maybe in a way. Alright. And then a whole lot of defense. Oh. Ding ding. Good stuff. A drink for the upcoming best-selling author. Very sweet of you. Thank you very much. Oh, this tastes absolutely delightful. I can already feel the words aligning, impatiently waiting to be written down. Don't mention it. I'm always happy to help. Speaking of which, have you by any chance heard of Melina, the famous detective? As it happens, I have. You get to know quite a lot of people when you run a tavern, you know. Have you seen her recently? Sadly, not in a while, no. I saw her at least a week ago, if not two. How curious that you also know her. Meeting such a well-known detective is a fantastic source of inspiration and exciting stories. I've heard stories of her solving the case of the lost familiars in Zoford. Yes, she solved the case alongside her trusty assistant. Ah, how inspiring! I'd love to tell her tale someday. Maybe I'll combine it with some of the rumors I've heard about this one mysterious place in the southwest of Fasoa. Oh, which one might that be? It's a wizard tower, a magical place full of puzzles, mysteries, and magic. I've heard tales of it harboring hundreds of books containing lost and forbidden knowledge. But that's not all. There are treasures of unfathomable value and magical trinkets as well. Ooh. What an exciting thought for a young detective to stumble upon a place like that. Definitely a story I'd read. Promise to send me a copy, please. Oh, but of course, I'll deliver it to you myself. You know, even if we might be a few years apart, seeing her reminded me of my own childhood. Sure, the circumstances are completely different, and I was never allowed to wander off by myself. But she seemed a little lonely, just like me back then. Always looking for my own adventures, though she found them in the real world while I relied on books. But I'm glad she found an assistant to keep her company. The life of a detective can certainly be a lonely one. I mean, I also had Theo to keep me company, but... It doesn't matter anymore, does it? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but, well, Nellie has been missing since the Twilight Flood. No! Tell me you're joking! Sadly not. I'm sorry. No, that can't be. I really hope nothing happened to her. She's so young, so small. What if she also No. There's no need to panic just yet. Easy for you to say, isn't it? Your friend didn't die in your arms. You didn't have to witness his life fade from his eyes. No, we have another bad adventure at us. No! Don't jump to conclusions, Archie. There are no clues indicating what happened to Melina. We shouldn't expect the worst. She might be small, but she's tough. Trust me. You're right. Sorry. Let's hope for the best. I couldn't bear writing another tragedy. Hi. Don't be mad at me. Kumo, it's good to see you. I've solved it. Solved what? My parent problem. I've solved it. And how did you do that? It's simple. I'm here to ask you to write up and hand out a quest for me. A quest to find them. And to kill them. Oh! Oh! Sorry, did you say kill them? Yes. Why do you want to kill your parents? Isn't it obvious? Can't say it is. Their death is what set me on the bleak path that is my life. It led me towards my destiny, my purpose. Which would be stealing, revenge, edginess, darkness. Of course. Now that they're back, it's messing up my aesthetic purpose. Right. So I must take destiny back into my own hands. But I don't know how I feel about telling him to commit his own patricide and matricide. Why not talk this through instead? Talking doesn't solve anything. Might make you feel a little better. And less murderous? No. I must embrace who I am, and for that, they must die. Careful not to hurt yourself with all the edge, right? You come a little too edgy, it's gonna become a two-edged sword, which means it's pointing back right at you, too, so... So please, a quest. Have it done. Quickly. As you wish, I'll set it up for you. Thank you. I shall leave you to it. Before you go, how about a drink for the road? Maybe one that'll have you talking about something other than killing your parents? Yes. I shouldn't allow them a warning, so I must be deceitful about my feelings. I'll see what I can do for you. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Jeez. Okay. He said being deceitful, which I don't think the spoken heart terribly is. Charismatic boost. I mean, he does want charisma, but... Blows away tension and stresses. Charming and elusive as elemental messengers. Avoiding unwanted questions. I think 1,000 wins would be good for him. So we'll do that. Get him a sleep potion, just so he doesn't go through something silly. I mean, we have to remember, we have to... As difficult as it is, we have to try to remain neutral. You know? Like, we're just the innkeeper. Even if we are making some decisions for how the outcome of their quests would go. Still. What was 1,000 wins again? Not that. Not that. No. Or... we could use this. Our new lotus flowers. Sure. It has one thing of defense and one thing of agility. We'll give it a shot. Alright. And then... one shot of defense. Got agility. And 3 things of charisma. Alright, 1,000 wins. Alright. There had to be something about that bell toll to that one drink we handed out. So I don't know. Maybe this will help your heart a little. It feels nice, really warm, like a hug. Do you need a hug, Kumo? I need to go. Stay safe out there. Sure. And Kumo? Yes? Have you talked to Fable? Yesterday, yes. They left to find Melly. I see. Good luck with your parents. I don't need luck. I need vengeance. Woo! I blame the RNG on that random toll. It might be. It might be. I hope it is. Does he need help? Do you want to help them kill their parents? Pardon me? No, of course not. Archie is the last person you would want to send to do that. Holy moly. Zesty! Enjoy the lurk. Have good chores and work out. Welcome in, though. I meant psychological help. They don't look like they're doing too well, if I might say. He is always quite broody and mysterious, but their parents being alive really threw them off track. Especially if they didn't try to find him, though who knows what the tale will be. We can only hope we might get some sort of, I don't know, other than, yeah, they're dead. Story's over. You wouldn't think that's a bad thing, really. And now they want to kill them, just because it didn't fit the backstory they came up with. This is the possibility for a happy ending to an otherwise dark story. I need vengeance, okay, Batman? Please don't tell me you're actually going to set up a quest to assassinate them. I am but a mere innkeeper to this tavern. I'm just following Kumo's wishes. I would have expected you to have a little more backbone, or moral standards, so to speak. Especially after everything that's happened and the advice you gave me. What about the people Kumo's actions would leave behind grieving and mourning? Those were your wards, right? Ooh. Ah, the consequences of my own actions coming to bite me. I tried to stop him, but I don't think I can get them to talk with their parents right now. You heard them. And that's exactly why there's still hope. Wait, I don't think I understand. Kumo won't take on the quest himself, so there'll be someone else that can talk to his parents. That sounds like a really questionable plan, if I may say so. It'll work out, I'm sure of it. Most likely, it won't be a very difficult quest, especially not if you know your way with words. As a nobleman like what you would, for example. Oh! Well, I'm still certain this isn't a quest for me, even though I could probably do it. What if the situation actually escalates into violence? I don't know if I can handle that very well. No pressure. I just wanted to make an offer. Do you want a different quest, then? Weren't you listening? I don't think I want to be an adventurer anymore. Hearing Kumo just now has amplified my doubts. I never want to have to kill anyone. Being a murderer is not how I envisioned my life to be. Of course not. But I also don't know in what direction my life is headed from now on. My heart is still so full of grief. This might only be a tale, but there's this place of infinite knowledge. Oh, are you by any chance talking about the subterranean caves on the plain of Ur? I've read so many stories about them. A hidden yet wondrous place. Though I really doubt a guy immortal like me could even walk there. But I've heard you can get there through the Twilight Chasm. Innkeeper, do you think that's true? That there's a portal to Ur somewhere in the Twilight Chasm? Maybe, but you shouldn't go off there. This world is full of wonders, after all. And since the Twilight Realm arose from Ur's dreams, I'd say it isn't completely unlikely. Uh-oh. Just thinking about the caves make my heart beat faster and my fingertips itch. Maybe I should write a little story about them. Time to write down some keywords or I might lose my ideas. You know, I don't think you need Ur to lead you. Your heart already knows what it wants to do. Huh? Do you really think so? Yes. It's quite obvious, actually. How about you go write down those keywords now? They might already be an upcoming bestseller. Oh, you really are a sweet talker, aren't you? Thank you for your advice. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Until next time, Archie. Yeah, sometimes it takes a hard thing to kind of show you what you want or what you need to change, so. Good evening, Carolyn. Evening. Has boredom already caught up with you again? It's always on my trail. Guessing this quest is still free? Not for much longer, it seems. Haven't had enough of the undead yet. I've had enough of losing to them. I want a rematch. There's no rematch for what happened. I know, but I won't let anyone else lose more people to them. I thought you'd be looking for Melly instead. Can't say I'm not worried about the little girl. But Fable is already on it. I trust him. And I trust Melly too. To come back, I mean. She promised me we'd see each other again soon. I'm learning to believe in people's words. You should too. Just work at the Tavern, Archie. You get stories out the wazoo. Meeting Lynn. I love this game. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because she's a wolf Vukakin. Yup. I mean, words and actions are two different things, but sometimes words can have a lot of power and a lot of merit. I mean, it's one thing if you say one thing and you do another, but... I do, but trust is a scary thing. Everything's scary if Fable's to be believed. Might as well pick the fun horrors to commit to. Like the undead. Exactly. I also gotta check up on my cousin. Those undead snails are sounding a lot more concerning right now. At least they're even slower than the regular undead. Very calming, thanks. Want to take Archie along again? He might be the calming presence you're seeking. Lady, or myself, we just heard that Archie doesn't want to go on any more quests. Under no circumstances, no. What if you get bored? He has very good stories to tell. Shut up. How will we talk about what drink you want then? What? Me? Why do I keep making people mad? Like, again, I understand the times are tough right now, and this is just after, like, a kind of a big event and stuff. Like, come on! Well, dearie me, my dearest acquaintances. Innkeeper, Dame Caroline, you both look radiant today. What are we radiating? I shan't say, as it would be too rude. How polite of you. How are you doing, Scully? Just wonderful. Yesterday I had the most delightful tea party with Sir Alphonse and Lady Frostgrip. Alphonse and I were able to learn so much about the times we've missed thanks to the young blacksmith prodigy. This world truly is an exciting and beautiful one. And by tomorrow the vampire will have forgotten all about it. But that merely means he'll get to remember again. How marvelous. The endless pursuit of learning, and it was a wonder in and of itself. Speaking of learning, if you'll allow me, I'd like to learn how you are doing on this fine day of ours, Dame Caroline. You do look a little spent, and I would hate to be intruding on your space. You're pretty. No, you're pretty. You're all pretty, chat. Taking a page from Keanu Reeves's. Welcome in, poet. Just exhausted by all these people and their constant talking. Oh. You're good, though. Ain't your fault. Why am I making all these people mad at me? I understand. The social aspects of life can be exhausting as they come with so many rules and obstacles one must traverse. But throughout this overwhelming obstacle course of mortal interactions, we can find many magnificent treasures. And all of them make these efforts worthwhile. Like quests. I was thinking about friends, but quests too. Are you heading out on one? Yeah. What's its cause? An unusual amount of undead creatures are haunting Fasoa lately. Especially near the Pale Woods. Carolyn is going to check on that. An undead gathering in the Pale Woods? But why so? Is there a convention, perhaps? No. It sounds more like the violent type of crowd. Unfortunate. It does seem that this sentiment is common among my compatriots. Sense and sensibilities are often lost when you are ripped from the afterlife without your soul attached to your body. You don't have a soul? You've got a lot of personality for that to be true. That is very kind of you to say, but I am afraid a mere fragment of my former self. Maybe you'll find your way back to yourself one day. Wouldn't that be nice? My soul should be securely locked behind Tuat's walls, but perhaps there are more memories of it stored in these old bones somewhere. I wonder what my favorite song used to be, my favorite food, or favorite book. The best way to find out is to keep seeking out new experiences, to find what calls to that old, absent heart of yours. Listening to all the songs of the world does sound like a joy I wouldn't want to miss out on. Thank you for the inspiration. Dame Carolyn, would you mind me tagging along on your quest? It sounds like a haven of fascinating research, and I've not been able to indulge in that pastime for a long while. Sure, come along. A skeleton should be a great help in wiping out a bunch of undead. Wiping out? By no means should that be our approach. We should study them, or better yet, strike up a civilized conversation. With enough charisma, I'm certain we can remind them of their mortal consciences. Don't be ridiculous, they'll rip us apart. We can simply ask the innkeeper for some additional defense in case they need some initial convincing. I could even offer you some frost armor to go along with it. A few frozen pine cones here and there, and you'll have a little bit more of a buffer if your words don't take hold. Excellent idea. Or we just fight them, smash the bones together until they stop moving. No offense, Scully. None taken, though I believe the cleverer approach would be to rely on speed. Unawakened undead are rather slow, so we should embrace this possible advantage. Dexterity, then, and defense. You were right on track with that one. May I suggest adding some of the Morganite lotus flower to this combination? Much like citron, it will bless your weapon strikes and lend some of the power of the great dragons. The undead are incredibly vulnerable to holy attacks. Indeed we are. The power of the dragons is a difficult one to harness. I'm impressed by your capabilities, Innkeeper. I think your delight should be aimed towards the magical ingredients. To dilute them in such a way is quite a skill in itself, as in choosing our approach to this. We should leave this up to her, correct? Yeah, you figure it out, Innkeep. Some additional defense is a given, but what should we focus on, charisma or dexterity? Ooh. And don't forget those wondrous infusions of yours. I would never. Ooh. Man, now I feel kind of dowdy about myself, you know? Dadgummit. It's like, what do we choose? Dexterity. I was kind of thinking about that. It's like, now I just feel like... Because, like, as wholesome as it would be to try to befriend rather than to exterminate, like, I mean, undead are undead. Like, unless you have some sort of, I don't know, plot armor or something else that's going to, like, make them not be undead, they're gonna be undead, and they're gonna be not cooperative, and they're going to be mindless, so... So yeah, I'm kind of feeling like we should probably go with the dexterity and the dragon potion. Let me see. So what, it's agility. Do we need a lot of agility. Oh, how are we gonna do this? Because what, it's a lot of defense and a little agility. Or no, it's all agility and a little defense. And the thing. But again, really the only thing we have right now is we just have the Swift Strike, but I guess we could compensate for that. Let me try this. Yeah, because like that has the little bit of defense and a lot of agility. Yeah. And then, was it the Holy? Oh, the lotus flowers. Yeah, like the citron. Yeah, because the citron would not suit our purposes. Okay, it would add the defense, yeah. So we'll go with that. We'll go with the Swift Strike. And then 1 shot of intelligence. Ooh, this is gonna make a pretty combination though, with the pink lotus flowers, the purple of the intelligence, and the seafoam green of the dexterity. Very pretty. Let me just make sure. So, holy power of the dragons, a little bit of defense, and mostly agility. Okay. Dragons, defense, agility. All in one recipe. Alright. This should do it. Okay. Yep. Exactly what my thought was. I think it'd be hard to reason with creatures that don't have brains. I trust in your fighting skills, Lynn, and I know Scully will make for a great support. Great. Good to see you found some common sense back there. Scully, let's go slay some undead. At your service, madame. Let us indulge in some violence. Enjoy your travels, your conversations, and your battles. Well, there's that at least. Ooh! We get to make 2 new quests, so considering how many rumor scraps we have, that makes sense. Okay. Alright. You like his mustache? I do too. That's very good. Okay. Okay, so we're making his quest. Oh, we might be making the Wizard's Tower quest, too. Yeah, let me make the Wizard's quest, too. Real quick. Okay, Wizard of Moria. Mission magically possible. That is a tower, though. The Wizard of Moria has abandoned his tower on, well, Moria, a small island near Niverduff and Dalwell. As it is custom for a wizard's tower, it is said to be full of alluring treasures, gold, magic items, forbidden knowledge and spells, anything your looting heart desires. But be warned, the wizard is known to have loved puzzles, mischief, and contraptions, so don't forget to check for traps. This would be a good distraction for, Kumo, though. So I would hope he would take that. Okay, so we're making a thing for his parents. So, this... Oh, here we go. Heading off. Thank you for hanging out, Sid. Hope you have a good rest of your day as well. Okay. Okay, so this one, and I think this one, because it only happened once the flood happened. Something like this? Okay. The Parent Trap. Okay. Totally not the name of a movie or two. Twilight Flood brought more to Pessoa than just the waters of the primordial sea, in particular 2 long-lost air echoes who had faked their own death and abandoned their only child. Now their kid is out for revenge and longs to have them killed, as the fate of tragic backstories wills it. These renegade parents were last seen in Borkum near the Wadden Sea, so any bounty hunter should start there. Alright. We still have a lot of rumors that we've had for a while that we haven't used yet, though some of them have to do with weapons. That might be a little concerning, maybe. Alright. We still have time before the next ad, so we'll keep going. In pursuit of entropy. Okay. Jade, okay. You know, your quests are getting weirder by the day. I mean, no one's forcing you to take that one. Unless you have one on basilisk swarms waiting in the back, I think I'm good with this one. No basilisks, I'm afraid. I love her turtle. Eager to kill some parental figures. You know it. Oh. Speaking of family, you haven't brought your sister by in a while. How is she? I don't know. We no longer speak. Oh, I didn't know that. You two were unbeatable when it came to bar fights. Yeah, I love her, but she's become a little too much like our parents, so I need to love her from afar. I wouldn't be loving myself very much. I'm sorry to hear that. Cutting her off must have hurt a lot. Must still hurt a lot. I've come to terms with it. Came out stronger in the end. That's all I could do. Maybe. But the wounds stay, don't they? People wound you. That's what they do. They can also heal you. Ha! That's a false sense of security. Eventually it all falls away. Not everyone is doomed to become your enemy, including yourself. And I think you're doomed to say the weirdest things possible whenever you get the chance. Thanks. It's a blessing, not a curse. If you want to see it that way. This rogue guy got any siblings? None that we know of. Their parents kind of faked their deaths, abandoned him when he was very young. They haven't exactly been writing postcards. Ah, I guess no one would handle that very well. What do you think about the whole killing them measure? Adds up to me. It does? Yeah, not like they ever faced any real consequences for being... Wait. They forgot to bleep out a word! Always falls on the kid, doesn't it? They forgot to bleep out a word! Oops. Whoops. And you think being murdered is an appropriate consequence? That's not about what I think. I'm just taking the job. Right. But I was thinking. Think less. Or rather, think about what you're going to mix for me instead. So you're not even hesitating. I'm a bounty hunter, Innkeeper. Of monsters, I assumed. Not all monsters look unlike us. I thought you don't do charity. I don't. I expect a hefty payment by the end of this. That thief must have some jewels stored away somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. So, drinks. Drinks, of course. Murder. How would you like to approach it? With a lot of force. Don't know how strong they are, but I need to be stronger. Maybe some defense in the mix would be good too, if their attack patterns turn out to be more complex than you thought. It seems like you do listen to me sometimes. Your stories of fighting mirages and 3-headed antelopes are far too compelling to forget. 3-headed antelopes? Huh? Antelopes are special as it is, but 3-headed? My gosh. I'd hope so. You still got any of those frozen pine cones lying around? The ones you gave me for the mountain mimic? If those deadbeats pick up some primordial magic, I could use some elemental protection. Clever as always, Jade. Obviously. Plus, that frost armor is pretty cool. Luckily for you and your coolness factor. No. You and your health. I got a big shipment of them in last month. Cool. I'll take some of those then. They're not contending with another approach. No. Unless... I guess there's another way. Is there? Listen, some things are unfixable. I'd saw both of my legs off before I'd ever talk to my folks again. But this wound is fresh. It could be possible to delay the inevitable. I could convince them to leave, scare them off, banish them somewhere where they can't hurt him. That way he can find them later if he ever changes his mind. Maybe this rift isn't completely irreparable after all. It sounds like you're asking for some charisma. And some speed. Should hurry up before he does anything drastic himself. Yep, some dexterity might help too. You never know how they could react. Might have to dodge some blows. Ha, might have to. You got any of that inspiration garbage lying around? I'm not so good with words when it comes to situations like this, and I might have to inspire them to be a little less awful. I could offer you either thunder sage or honey flowers, whatever flavor you prefer. You choose about it all. Charisma, dexterity, inspiration. It's the less violent route, but it's not what he asked for. So I won't complain about a strength and defense mix either, as long as you throw the frost armor in. I think my decision about this would be tinted by my own experiences, so a little help, please. Always, Jade. Thank you for asking. And make sure to leave some onyx. And make sure to leave Onyx some leftovers. She's thirsty. Her turtle's name is Onyx. Cute. Oh, man. Okay, so we have to choose. We have to choose the non-violent route or the violent route. Oh, my word. I mean, y'all know what I would choose. Y'all absolutely know what I would choose. I mean, if she still has to fight, she would be able to, you know, escape them. Plus, they're air echoes. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna go the non-violent route and just hope that it works out. Just hope that it blah. Okay, so a lot of charisma, a little agility. Let's see. A lot of charisma, a little agility. No, not even a spoken heart. A lot of charisma, a little agility. Wait, do I not... Do I not have a drink like that? A lot of charisma, a little agility. Oh, bother. Unless... Well, no, because that wouldn't even add up to having one. Even if some of the agility was negated by the infusion. Oh, bother. Yeah, the sunny breeze doesn't have it either. Oh, I guess the thousand winds would, though. And that was what we gave him before he left. Okay, so I mean, it still has some defense in it, but it fits the requirement. So, max charisma, 1 tick of agility. Okay, so 1,000 wins. And what was the infusion? Oh, it was either the Thunder Sage or the Honey Flowers. Right? Yeah, because it has to be the power, or the flavor. Okay, so we'll go with the honey flower. Okay, we've got our bit of agility, so that's 2 shots. 2 shots of defense. And all... 2 charisma. 2 charisma. Alright, 1,000 wins. I am kind of liking the idea of being able to have, like, not only several approaches because of the drinks that we're making, but also, like, several ways to approach the drinks, especially with the infusions. So that's kind of cool. Alright. Ding ding. Maybe this cause isn't as lost as we think it is. If they can't be reasoned with, I can always trick them and kill them that way, yes. But I guess I'll try talking first. Let's hope this is the right choice. Don't you trust me? You wish. Don't forget to fill me in on your success. If I have any charisma left in me, you'll be sure to hear all about it. Until then, don't tell him what I'm doing. I shall keep the secret between us. You do love those. Typical Fae, I guess. Don't take too many names while I'm gone. I wouldn't dream of it. Boy! Nah, man, you gotta be careful with that ethereal bamboo. I mean, it's super cool and all, but if you cut it the wrong way, it's gonna charge up and... whoosh! Gone you are, sucked into the ethereal weave. Oh. Well, you know, like those fishies that'll kill you if you cook them the wrong way. Fish? Yes, they look like balls with spikes. Oh, you mean pufferfish. Don't know about the name, though. Although... I guess it could be sea urchins, but it's like pufferfish does have a higher chance of killing you, I believe, if you eat it the wrong way or whatever it is. You mean pufferfish? That. Whoa, wait. You're also here, LOL. Sure am. You're looking fire. Nice drip. Thank you, Nico. Nico. Can we stay on topic, please? Topic. Heh. Another bot get owned. Get out of here. Scat. I'm so glad AutoMod is working out. Topic. Right. So I heard any type of vibration can trigger a small rift. It's like it disturbing a sleeping dragon. Wrong move and the world's faltering and whatnot. So you're saying if I use my bow the wrong way, I could open a rift and we'd be lost in the ethereal wave. Or weave. Bet. Would suck big time, but alas. Though, can't be entirely sure. I mean, what's the fun in knowing everything for sure? Don't be basic. Embrace the chaos. As long as you don't play any wrong notes, you should be fine. Nothing easier than that, especially under pressure. Especially then, I'm sure. Then you have nothing to worry about, friend. Might even come in handy one day. The person who made your instrument must have had at least... like, one thought about making it like that. They did. Many thoughts, actually. Hi. Oh. Nice quest taking. Good mythical morning, Innkeeper. I know, theopractically it's early afternoon, but who cares? Good theopractical morning, Hex. Almost there, you forgot the mythical. Good mythical theopractical morning. Better. Okay, listen up. I found this little leaflet on your notice board. And I saw you're finally sending someone out to investigate that abandoned wizard tower. And I just decided that someone is me. I've been waiting to see what's up there for a while now. Talk about good timing. You gotta take your sister. Did you say Wizard Tower? What's the tea? Well, there's an abandoned wizard tower near Niverduff on a small island called Moria. Or Moralia? Words. Ah, the one with the worms. I think you can find worms in any ecosystem. That's what they want you to think. Sure. Either way, no one has seen the Wizard of Moralia in quite some time. So they say. And I've been dying to know what he might be hiding in that tower. I bet lots of explosives. I'm hoping for more scrolls of ancient magic and semi-cursed objects. Oh, and of course books of forgotten knowledge. Oh, are Hex and Nico about to take on a quest together in their mutual chaotic stances? Rumor has it he left behind quite the hoard of peculiar trinkets. Surely, after all, as it states in this leaflet, traps, puzzles, must be something very valuable hidden in there. Maybe even the key to immortality. Or they were bored. Admittedly, I don't design puzzles when I'm bored, though. I blow things up. I love when things go boom. Same. You know what? What? I think you should take me and Boy along. Listen, you say trinkets and I'm all in. I mean, the entropy we'd create if we traveled as a trio would be immaculate. We'd be able to tackle the wizard's puzzles and deathly traps with the wits and violence and music. You have my lockpicks. And my Hagum. Maybe the ethereal weave could even help. Ethereal bamboo, huh? But an ethereal weave escape could only work with Chabian silk. Huh? The ghost spiders of Chabian use their silk to spin the weave. Good thing that these strings are made of Chabian silk then. Who was making your instrument, dude? Not only do you have the wood that can open a weave, you have the strings with which order to orchestrate it. What the heck? I know that this is all fantasy and D&D and everything, but that's too great of a coincidence. Great, then we can use your Hagum as our Plan C escape plan. Should the wizard be at home after all, or foster any monsters in any traps, your Hagum will be our way out. By dipping into the ethereal weave? Don't worry, it's like dreaming, or teleporting. You'll just have to find your way back out. We'll manage that. I'm a master teleporter. And I'm sure our innkeeping friend here has the right drink for you. Perhaps something that will give you some brain cells. And quick reflexes, so I'm hasty and can easily evade traps. Good thing that I don't need help with either. But shouldn't be able to fight back fiercely in case something is lurking in the tower? Lots of traps probably mean lots of fire, so fire resistance would be helpful too. Fighting sounds good. I'd love to kill something, but I hate making decisions. I think the innkeeper should decide what to make. Okay, so something strong to barge in and fight our way through, paired with fire resistance to survive lethal traps. Or something for our brains that gives us focus infused with haste. I'll see what I can do, but don't hold me responsible for whatever ends up happening. We would never, ever. Oh, y'all know what I would pick. I'm trying to go the non-violent route, but I've already done that. And I've already gotten one party failing their quest previously. They both go with haste, and it's either fire, protection, or haste. Or intelligence or strength. But I don't know. I think they're more clever. You know? I mean, fire resistance would be good. I know there actually is a guide out there for what says, like, what would be the good or the better or the worst outcome of drinks. But I have not been looking into it. I'm trying to make these decisions purely on my own. So, unless chat wants input, then that's always an option too. mean, Iniko is violent, but... I mean, plus I feel like they might need the extra intelligence in order to tackle if they're going to try to do the ethereal weave escape. Because I think even, Grace, yeah, Hex's sister, was like, he's not the best at teleporting, so, much as he claims to be a master. Alright, we're gonna go the intelligence route. So... Intelligence... Looks like it's gonna be a Peaks Sunrise. Probably. That's at least all intelligence and 1 tick of, agility, unless... Yeah, that doesn't come with it, so Peak Sunrise it is. And... agility. Agility... This should work, even though it minuses... Even though it does subtract, but then it would add the charisma, so I think the golden feather should work. So we've already got our charisma. We just need 1 more agility. Yeah, charisma, agility, and then a whole lot of intelligence to compensate. Okay. Right? Intelligence, agility, and haste. Ding ding! Here you go, brains and quick reflexes. Thanks, I'm sure this will be of use for solving puzzles and evading traps. I'll be sad if not 1 single thing explodes. Explosions could damage all the loot. But maybe afterwards we could light a little fire? You know what we should do? What? We should just take Jade along. She'd defo be interested in the treasures too. An additional blade couldn't hurt. Any idea where we can find her, Innkeep? I'm afraid she's already on a quest, so probably nowhere nearby. That's fine, we'll poach her. Good luck. Thank you, we shall return with a story worth telling. I can't wait. Bye, loser. Ay, 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 my patrons. My patrons. Alright, this is actually quite perfect. We've come to the end of another day. We actually got through 2 days on 1 ad break, but we are coming up to another ad break. Why is it raining? I don't know if it's a good thing if it's raining or not. I mean, you can't evade the rain, but sometimes in a story it feels like rain's going to happen. Anyway. But now we are coming up on ads, and actually pre-rolls are going to be off in less than a minute? Weird. But either way. We are going to go ahead and take another ad break, as we do, 3 minutes of ads. I try to time these so that they happen in stuff in between, so it's not happening in the middle of action like it was with the Game Awards last night, and all that noise and such. But I do encourage you all to take a quick stretch break, get some more sips. I'm out of my ginger ale. Still good on water, though. Especially if anybody wants to hear me voice act by chance. I still feel like my microphone isn't... Like, I'm having to project a lot more than I normally would. So let me boost it just a little bit more. Again, eventually I'll probably look into a new microphone. We've got one that Spirit City had eyes on for a time, but someone else was looking at because they were thinking of using it for a farming podcast. Anyway, but go ahead and take a quick stretch break. We're going to run 3 minutes of ads, and then we will be right back. Thank you, guys. Alright, perfect. Yeah, literally pre-rolls just went back on, even though it's so weird. I didn't even hit snooze, but yet somehow it was like 5 minutes behind when ads were going to run. I don't know. Alright, I'll be right back. Ads are done, so thank you everybody for your patience. Let us continue then. Oh, the little sheep sound. Oh, what's gonna happen today? Una and Archie. Okay. Hello, Innkeep. Look what I found. Looks like a rare specimen of Archie to me. I'm one of a kind. Oh, you two know each other already? Of course you do. You pretty much know everyone in this city, huh? Of course I know him. He's quite the celebrity in town. Oh, I suppose I am. He's Zenith's most famous author. He even survived an assault of hordes by the vicious undead. Author? I guess I really am an author, yes. Bummer. In here I thought I could surprise you. How did you two meet? I think he spotted me on the street. Must have thought I had a lot of stories to tell, so he asked if he could write my biography. What a unique way to call someone old. Sorry, that would caught me off guard. It's not wrong, but it's hilarious. Oh man, okay. But she does have a lot of stories to tell. Archie, how many manuscript topics do you want to collect before you actually finish something? Well, you see, it's always important to collect ideas. Life itself is the best source of inspiration for any artist. Look at him. He's so eager to write, I just couldn't refuse that look in his big, sparkly eyes. Writing down ideas is so much fun. Not only for the detective's magical story, but also holding on to Theo's memories through writing is really helping me with his death. I can make sure the world doesn't forget about him. I'm glad you're doing a bit better now. Una, how come you want your biography to be written now? I don't really have a reason. I'm old, and I've seen a lot of stuff. It would be sad if all that knowledge went to waste, right? It's not like he'll disappear any second now, is it? Self, don't you be raising a red flag. Or a death flag. Of course not. I get it. A lot of terrible things have been happening lately. Ah, don't be silly. We'll be fine. It's always nice to see most of your friends return during times like these. Most of them? Bad choice of words there, Una. Stuff like this happens every few decades. It's completely normal. If you say so. Are you going to pay Archie accordingly, though? That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna pay him in drinks. Are you going to pay me, though? And I could also use a little refreshing drink myself. Aye, gotcha. Anything specific you'd like today, Archie? Just the same as always. A drink to stay focused on my writing, to defend my brain against all those distracting thoughts. Coming right up. I'm gonna pay him in drinks. Okay, so just a defense drink. We gave him a first snow. We'll stick with that. We'll make him a regular of the first snow for now. Okay, so yeah, for that we need the honey flower. We've got our one bit of charisma. We need 2 things of agility. And a whole lot of defense. Yeah, we go. Alright, ding ding. It's interesting to think about first snow, though. We do not have any snow in our forecast, but I know there are plenty of you out there that actually had snow, especially in the northern parts of the continental US and the North America and all that noise. I am curious, though, when our first snow is going to come along. If we're going to see it this year or next year. I guess we'll find out. Here you go. A drink to boost your concentration. Thank you very much, dear Innkeeper. This is delicious. I can feel an irresistible itch in my fingertips already. I'm always happy to oblige. So Una, what's it for you today? Maybe something that'll give me enough strength and energy to tell this whippersnapper every little detail of my life. Yeah, that sounds about right. I wish I had a non-jittery sort of drink that would help with my energy and strength. You hear me, chat? I know some of us would feel that way. Alright, give me a quick second and I'll be right back with your drink. Alright, strength. I mean, hers would be simple, cut, and dry enough. We could make her a southern brawler. Or we could just make her a sailor's courage. Yeah, we'll just make her a sailor's courage. That seems fitting, right? Which I think, yeah, has chili pepper. One thing of agility, if I can pour. One thing of agility. One thing of charisma. We've got our defense, and then strength. It's like I'm vaguely remembering some of these drinks by their color palette and such. It's like, because I remember it was a chili pepper, and then I remember it was kind of a stoplight palette, so. Ding ding! There you go. Some liquid stamina for the golden girl. Let's see if your skills are to be trusted, Innkeep. Oh! Archie, I hope you're ready for at least 600 pages. Oh gosh. That's a lot. But you already agreed, so you don't have a choice. 600 pages for one drink? I don't know about that. And now, my dear Archibald, we will begin with the writing. Thank you for your hospitality, Innkeep. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Innkeeper. I'll remember to keep a copy of the book for you. Signed, please. Of course. Very well. Goodbye, you two. Oh, hey, her! With her little doggos. Look at her little doggos. Is it two doggos or is it a two-headed doggo? Either way, they're cute. And I love her outfit. Finally, my service beast and I have returned. Welcome back, Minthy. Good to see you again, Innkeeper. And surprisingly, your tavern's dry interior. I thought you might be appreciating the dampness of almost everything nowadays. Maybe while underwater, but wheels and mud do not mix. On land, I appreciate structurally sound and smooth wood flooring much more than its soggy alternatives. That bad? You would too, just a few minutes past your tavern. Then you might get an idea of the things jammed in my spokes and smushed between Casket and Kane's toes. I'll pass, and besides, stories from my patrons are much more enjoyable. Speaking of, how did the pearl hunt go? Honestly, it wasn't all too eventful, but before I go on, I could do with one of your drinks, Innkeeper. Something to keep my mind clear of any irrelevant distractions of the journey back. Let me see what I can do. For you and the puppers. Any pupper lovers in chat? We do love a good pupper, too. It's mostly intelligence. I feel like the silent owl would be good for her, but there's also the peak sunrise. It just has to be intelligence, though. Oh, I could have given him a sparkling nebula as well. Well, now that's for intelligence, and he wanted defense, but we'll go with the sparkling nebula for her. Yeah, chat, if you love dogs and doggos and puppers, post any of your cute and adorable doggo emotes that you've got. I know some of you have some, not just like Bullseye 2 and Heart and all that. Aw, he's Sparkle! I don't know why Ondu glows and sparkles whenever I pour the sparkling nebula, but it's very cute. He's such a good boy. Alright. Ding ding! There you are. May this inspire boundless creativity. Just what I needed. If only I had a boundless supply of this drink while writing at my desk. Unfortunately, my establishment doesn't do deliveries. What a shame. But before you go on, I actually have something else for you. Ah, and here I thought I have to needle you for it again. Oh, the book, the manuscript. What a pleasant surprise. My favorite kind. Here, a completely proofread manuscript. I hope. Because the last time she was here, it's been a while since we've seen her, but the last time she was here, it's like, hey, how about that manuscript I gave you quite a few years ago that you were supposed to be proofreading for me? And it's like, can I do this in a week? Oh, neat. I'd certainly hope it's completed. Since my retrieval and your proofreading have been such a long time in the making, yes? Right. Long in the making. You should probably wash that red ink off your hands before it stains your mugs. Oh, right. I was editing my recipes all night. Crazy story, actually, for another time, that is. I see. I will say, it's good to have these papers back in my hands. May I inquire as to why you asked for them back now? I've decided to finally publish the book. What I have written about is very dear to my heart, and I'm happy to finally get to share my writing with the world. Minthy, the author. It has a nice ring to it. It'll be Mackenzie Katrin Pichan, actually. However you pronounce that. A very nice pen name. It was time I finally chose one, and something universal at that. Procrastination is a curse all of its own. Sure is. Innkeeper's gonna get a call from somebody called Kettle. So, about the pearl, or pearls. Protection pearls. Like I said, it wasn't too eventful. I had tea with the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon, and she traded me the pearls for objects of her desire. Mostly I promised her a signed copy of the book. Good for her. You know, I've been meaning to ask, if I may, what do you need the pearls for exactly? I know you're often looking for them, but I was never quite sure why. Well, I'm sure you remember the curse I was bestowed with. Yes, the cursed parasitic rings that amplify your magic to a painful degree. Exactly those. They cause quite a lot of issues for me and my body. Sometimes it feels like the magic is eating away at me, slowly feasting on my organs and nerves. Ugh. Ow. It's tearing me apart from the inside out as it gradually takes my health and life. The protection pearls help me keep the mana in check. They bring it down to manageable levels. It helps the pain a lot. So, you're saying you turned the pearls into a drink? Wonderful to see that's still your first solution to everything. Yes, on occasion. Mostly I grind them into ink for my tattoos. They're very versatile little beauties. Okay, well that's kind of clever. Like using the tattoos on her body to help in such a way. I'm happy you can find some then. Now that I think about it, care to share? I'm sure they'd be great for my drinks. Not so fast. For most people, they just amplify mana to ridiculous and dangerous degrees. And I don't want to be held responsible for the chaos your patrons could cause. However, maybe I can offer you something less extreme, but still energizing. Here. Recipe! Let's go! Cursed coffee. Is this your infamous coffee recipe? After all these years, you finally trust me with it. It's time. I think you can finally make it without poisoning someone. Well, I'll do my best. Thank you, Minthy. Perhaps it will also help you keep your promises in time? Anyhow, I think we're due to take our leave. Need to make some ink? Something like that. Plus, I promised Casca and Kane we'd check if any primordial tennis balls got washed up by the flood. I think I might have seen some in the bushes. I'll have them take a look on our way out. If all else fails, you'll just have to summon us up some. Nothing easier than that. With enough charisma, you can wish for anything, I suppose. It was lovely to see you again, Innkeeper. Likewise. Best of luck on your journey, and don't forget to send me a copy of that book. If you promise not to forget about its existence this time. Busted. I mean, we were already busted, but still. I'll do my very best. I know you will, friend. I know you will. Bye, pupper! Man, another day gone, just like that. These days are flying. We are in the third act, so... And this is the last act, I believe, before DLC. Now I am quite curious what is happening to all of my adventurers. Remnants. That's a title. That's a title that concerns me. Oh. Catalage? Well, I guess this is going to be the conclusion of Jade's thing, though Kumo is with her, which is a little concerning, so... Jade, welcome back. Was your quest successful? When have I ever failed? Well, you do look surprisingly unbloodied. Also, hello, Kumo. Kumo? Who's Kumo? That guy. Did you change your name again? New name, I'm guessing? No. No names here. Never had a name. Don't even know what names are. Am I just supposed to go along with that? You're supposed to make me a drink. Then we can talk. Fair enough. What can I get you? I've still got plans after this, but Onyx is pretty tired. So give me something that'll get her to keep up with my speed if I let her have a sip. Anything for Onyx. Gotta feed the precious baby. Alright. Again, most of the only thing we have is just dexterity. It's a swift strike, so we'll go with that. Alright. 3 things of agility. 1 thing of intelligence. And 1 thing of defense. Easy peasy. A drink for Onyx, and you, but mostly Onyx. Not too bad, concerning to see you know me so well. Being a regular does have its perks. So, names? Let's start with the story first. You love those, right? You know it. I'll spare you the details of my journey to Borkum, though I didn't miss the chance to make some extra money along the way. Everyone thought I was the right woman for their jobs. They helped me with the quest, too. Squeezed a good description of the renegade parents out of some red dune merchant, who was in a deep dispute with a blue-crowned elephant. I'd love to hear that story, actually. Not my problem. Asking a couple of pointed questions got me to the inn the deadbeats were staying at. The problem with people is, can't exactly kill them in broad daylight. With monsters, you'd be thanked for doing so. But with people, you've got to be patient. So I did what anyone would have done in my situation. I posed as a tour guide. And they believed you? Sure did. Iniko was right. Your drinks are great for pulling scams. Happy to hear that. Iniko! Stop scamming! I offered them a tour of the nearby Wadden Sea, and led them to an area I knew was shunned by actual tour guides because of the unpredictable tides. Gave them a spiel about how a battle of the Order of Starlight took place there, yada yada yada. Pretty soon, their eyes were glued to some starfish playing in the mud. It was the perfect opportunity to get it over with quickly. Obviously, I wasn't going to kill them just then. They needed a chance to run, but I had to scare them first. I raised my spear right up above my head and was about to go for a warning strike when I heard this zinging sound. I deflected the knife that was flung my way at the last second, and it shattered against the ground. All 3 of us turned and saw this cloaked Echo reaching for another knife. He had his hood pulled up, knives and daggers strapped all over his body. Even the air seemed to go darker around him. Looked like a real Shadowbane. I trained under them. Impressive. Those deadbeats thought I was protecting them from him. Should have seen the look on their faces when I said I was there to kill them. I turned back, waiting to refocus on my warning strike when I was interrupted by a simple stop. It was said in this deep, raspy, incredibly fake voice that sounded like some sort of proper degenerate. Kumo. Likely the two bums thought we were fighting about who'd get to kill them. Their approach to such a situation was to immediately try and bribe us. I told them to shut it. They asked me what I wanted then, if it wasn't money or words. So I turned to our little Shadowbane and asked what he wanted. But he just stood there, quietly. Can't blame him. There's a little scarier than your parents. So you helped him with the decision? Not exactly. I walked over to him and handed him my spear. She said, "This is your choice. Make it." Oh, he was there! Huh? It felt like she was passing some of her courage on to me. He stepped forward, my spear in his hand, and took off his hood. He was... I'll spare you the details. They recognized him, of course. Bastards had the audacity to act surprised. Surprised is one way to put it. When they talked, they sounded so... like they thought I had died. You could have. They left you. I wanted to say something. Anything. Yell. Tell them to get lost. Scream at them for what they'd done to me. But all that came out was, "Why did you leave?" Their silence went on for so long. Would have been longer if those tides hadn't come rushing in. You did kind of walk into that one. Kind of. Luckily I was quick. Got all of us up on some muddy rock that the waves couldn't reach. How long were you up there for? A couple of hours. Left us a lot of time to talk. Did you? Yes. Oh! For example, did you know the primordial flood was caused by the pyre erupting? The pyre? You mean the biggest volcano of all in Asteria, nestled right in Leviathan's domain? Yeah. Apparently it erupted and then collapsed. Covered all of the primordial sea in ash and set off a tsunami. It should not be doing that. No. Do you think powerful magic was afoot? Probably not. What use is a giant tsunami to anyone? Maybe they wanted to be wet? Probably not. Are tsunamis and their causes all you and your parents talked about? No. Mostly we talked about the leaving thing. They said not a day went by where they didn't regret what they'd done. I asked why they didn't come back then. They didn't have an answer for that. Mom said she was proud of my knife throwing skills, though. I never thought they'd apologize. They owned up to all of it, as awful as it was. I hadn't planned for that. Oh. They wanted to make up for everything and be a part of my life. They also said it was up to me, and what I wanted. What do you want? A family. Yay! Is that stupid? No, it's not. So you forgave them? No, not yet. I have to see if they actually mean what they said first. Fair. I can't trust them right now. We don't really know each other anymore. Who knows if we'll get along? But they did say they want to get to know me, and I think I might like that too. They're just so different. It feels like I'm angry at people that don't exist anymore. And you're still allowed to be angry. Even if they change, they hurt you. Neither forgiveness nor forgetting is required. It just feels unfair, like I'm harboring resentment for ghosts. But I'll try to be honest with them. I owe that to myself. Plus, Jade threatened to decapitate them if they ever hurt me again. They'd stand no chance. None. Could I have a drink now, too? Sure, let's trade. Right. A secret? No, a name. I assume Jane didn't know you as Kuma because your parents didn't call you that. Correct. What did they call you then? I'm not... I'll trade you my name. Just give the guy a drink. Your first name? Those are quite precious to Maeda, right? Very. See it as a secret to trade for. I'm listening. Ulyssia. I keep the name of something. A beautiful name. I don't respond to flattery. But thank you. It's definitely better than mine. Yours fits you. It does not. If you say so. So, not Ulyssia. What would you like in exchange? Maybe something that'll stop me from choking on my words. In case I have to do more of this emotional thing. I've definitely got something for that. Oh, cool. We didn't have to kill anybody. I mean, that totally probably could have been the outcome of it, because he did still go after them himself. But... oh. It's like at the very least, one, you're getting some form of closure. You got an apology, and you can see where it goes from there. And you made your own decisions, rather than leaving it up to somebody else, and something that might have been a very rash decision for sending someone off to kill your parents. So... Alright. Normally, I don't know, normally I would give him a spoken heart, which it does talk about that, but something to blow away the tension and stresses. And it is, you know, max charm, so I'm going to give him a sunny breeze. It's kind of like something to start new. Okay, that does require an infusion, though. It's the Fey Crystal. One shot of intelligence. Don't grab it. That's so good! I am really happy with this outcome, though. I mean, like, revenge is one thing, but it's like you have it and then you feel kind of empty, I would say. Because you don't get any kind of resolution other than what you thought would work, other than just kind of running away from it, you know? But again, take what I say with a grain of salt, you know. It's hard to be a bigger person, especially when you feel like you've had to over and over and over again, but it's even better to at least feel like you've been heard and apologized to, you know, even if you don't get an apology. Something like that. Anyway. There you are. Here you are. Some fluid emotional vulnerability. Tastes a lot better than it sounds. Feels a lot better, too. Maybe. I still need to call you something else, though. If Kumo is out, it is. What have you got for me, then? I'm running out of names. Jade, can I? Nope. Fine. How about... Dave? The diver? You know what? Sure, I'll go with that. Why are there more normie IRL names in my fantasy game? I'm proud of you, Dave. For everything you've gone through, and for choosing what's right for you. Thank you. Do you need a hug? May have already gotten one from Jade. Oh, Jade does hugs. Speaking of me, I've got to go. Want to check in with Grace and her goons. See you around, Airboy. See you around, Ulyssia. Oh. What about you? Care to linger a little longer? I need some time to think all of this over. Maybe even feel it too. Feel your feels! That's what you should. It's like, that's something I've been having to learn this year too, is like, allow your feelings to have presence, but not let them take control, because feelings can be fleeting. Like, absolutely. Like, feelings are not meant to be your reality. Like, you're meant to feel them, allow yourself to process them. It's like, why am I feeling them? How can I work through them? And then just let them leave, you know. All about healthy processing. Is Fable back yet? I think cheesecake would make for a great distraction right about now. Plus a date, you know. No, I thought maybe you ran into them on the way back. I didn't. So Melly isn't back yet either? No, I'm afraid not. Cool, great. I guess I'll talk to Carolyn? Your parents? Maybe. Do you think they still love me? I don't know. I hope they do. I hope they'll love you well, but I don't know. I do know that other people love you, and that if your parents fail to live up to what you deserve, you won't be loved any less. I'd like to believe that. Sometimes I just think if even my own parents could leave me, anyone can. Oh. Don't measure your worth by the actions of the people that hurt you. Nothing good can come of that. I'm very thankful to have met you. Anyway, I'm also part of the night, or whatever, so I must go. Farewell. See you soon. Another quick day, my gosh. We are just rolling with these days. I guess maybe since it's like the beginning, closer to the beginning of the act, like the days kind of go and we get our bits and pieces and we see resolutions from previous acts and stuff, and then it starts to elongate when we get further or closer or whatever. Chaos Protocol, that's not a good sign. I'm just so concerned that Fable either isn't going to come back or is going to come back in a worser or even worse state. I don't know. We'll see. Melly! They found her! From rags to riches, okay. Innkeeper, surprise! Nice to see that you're back. Is Fable with you? No, should they be? They were looking for you. They aren't a very good detective then. I'm happy to see you're well, Melly. Everyone was very worried about you. Why? I'm great at taking care of myself. You are, but where have you been all this time? Investigating things, obviously, like the flood. My investigation led me to Moralia. Oh, that's why she's back with Voya, with Voy and Iniko. Or more like, they did. Nico, Voy, and Hex, I mean. I followed them to Moralia. They were talking about mysteries and puzzles, and I'm trying to solve a mystery, so I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. You're lucky. People usually pay a lot of money to spend time with me. Oh. Why? Because I'm, like, famous? But I didn't go there because of you. I was following clues. Okay. I stayed outside. My case isn't about a wizard. Not this time. Yeah, where's Hex anyway? I was just about to ask that. You know, doing wizard things. Okay. Like studying? Yeah, it's giving depression, TBH. He immediately wanted to check out the spells we found, though he seemed pretty disheartened. How come? Not sure. I guess he didn't find what he was looking for. Maybe because the world's greatest treasure was already traveling with him. What would that be? Never mind. Oh, is such a bundle of emotions, and I'm okay with that. He told us to keep an eye out for any time magic razzle-dazzle. But we found nothing. At least you managed to get inside and return safely. Yeah. The way there was easy peasy. We got there thanks to Nico pulling off a shape-shifting trick and pretending to be a merchant. Stole some guy's coat and face and used his reputation to secure us a boat ride to Morelia. Well, there goes the shape-shifting. Said I wanted to meet with a real estate agent from the Magocracy to buy the island. I told them to pick us up in a week or so, but then we'd be far gone. What happened once you reached the island? I'm quite intrigued. Before we tell you anything, I'd like a drink. Something that goes down like honey and will make my poetry flow like a wild river. Nothing easier than that. Alright. So what, spoken heart? Probably? Everybody loves a spoken heart. Okay, what's the coffee? Oh. Oh, that is so cursed. It's so cursed it doesn't even have color. Oh, that's terrifying. When you peer inside the steaming chalice, looking at your own distorted reflection, you will find the darkest swirling depths. The blankness will be all-consuming, a gloom so bitter you might think you see the souls of the darned swimming inside. But really, you'll be looking at a strong cup of coffee. That's it. Okay. Could a cup of coffee be so black and strong that it becomes cursed coffee? Rip. Okay, charm words. We'll go with that. Spoken heart it is, which is one thing defense, one thing strength, and a whole lot of charisma. Oh man. Alright, there you go. It's a shame that she said we don't deliver, even though we've got that magical portal. Some honey for those vocal cords. Enjoy. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing. Can we move on to the story now? You got somewhere to be? Nah, but I'm getting bored. We go to Morelia, an island so small it's basically the tower's wild backyard. As I walked between the crystalline roses, I expected to see secret passageways hiding behind every corner. I almost brought you back a rose. Why not? I like roses. I like pretty shiny things. Yeah, why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I would have. Oh, okay. That's, moving on. The tower itself reached so high, I thought it might be reaching out to kiss the moon itself. It was really tilted, at about a 5-degree angle. I measured it with my paws. The bricks were still wet. I'm sure the tsunami shook its foundation. Would think the waves would have done us a favor and knocked down the door, but nope. That locked door was the first challenge. Iniko's lockpicks broke. Seemed like a skill issue. Skill issue. I mean, that's not a phrase that you commonly hear in this chat, but it's still a phrase that's popular out there on Twitch or the internet, so that's funny. Skill issue. Broke? Skill issue. Bro, the door ate my lockpicks! Ah, a door mimic. A classic first step to securing your establishment. You talk like you've seen one before. Have you ever tried to open my door when the inn's closed? No. If you do, don't use any lockpicks and take care of your fingertips. So, how did you get inside? By charming it. Hex forgot his spellbook and couldn't get the arcane lock-unlock spell to work. And obviously it wouldn't let us in just like that. So I decided to play the mimic a tune. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. Your fancy tunes are the GOAT. I was nervous. I'd never played in front of a mimic before, so I wasn't sure what their taste in music was. I decided to play something emotional, something that would melt its metaphorical heart. A song of woe. Who would have thought it'd literally melt? Yeah. I began playing the first tune and the lock started weeping before I reached the chorus. Tears were streaming down its face. And as if they were very hot or made of acid, the door melted away. Afterwards, the lock lay in a puddle of wood, sobbing and thanking me for my performance. That's not a very sturdy lock. It just sounds very in touch with its emotions. We stepped over the door's remains and into the tower. It was so much taller and bigger on the outside. Like a pocket dimension, so freaking cool. Except a tower can't really fit in your pocket. Bet. Hex walked ahead. Guy was really distracted. He didn't even listen to my poem about the symbiotic relationship between axe and door. For a long time we didn't encounter anything. Just a long hallway. No doors, only a bunch of strange paintings. Of course, most hallways can't go on forever, so eventually we reached a staircase. After what felt like 5.5 minutes. Eternity. Still, I can play in the smallest violin. Meanwhile, I was outside investigating the flora and fauna. Everything was peculiar, like it was all from another world. The colors were different, very blue and almost spectral. And there were a lot of spider webs. Or yarn, not sure which. Suddenly, the ground shook and almost knocked me off my feet. Who could have guessed there were pressure plates on those stairs? I wasn't paying attention and was too careless. One wrong step and a pressure plate triggered an explosion and... clonk! The whole staircase began crumbling down into a pit of nothingness. Bit by bit, starting from the bottom. I rushed upwards to safety, away from the weird wizard abyss. I stumbled, and if it hadn't been for Hex, I'd been mush. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up. But he isn't really the strongest, so we almost tumbled down together instead. I figured I couldn't just leave them to fall to their pathetic destiny. So I zoomed down to grab Hex by his collar and pulled both him and Voy Boy back up. Thank you for saving us, Nico. Wow, Nico did a good thing. How about that? No problem, Voy Boy. Don't get used to it. Didn't you expect a trap like that? After all, a great wizard would want to protect their treasure. I guess we were a little distracted by all the gold hanging from the walls. Oh. The staircase ended in a wondrous library that spiraled endlessly higher around the tower's inside walls. We lost Hex at the bottom in the first row of books. A lot of them were drenched. Didn't seem like the tower was waterproof. There was still primordial water dripping from somewhere above. We couldn't make out the ceiling. Tried to reach it, though. The second story of the spiral staircase library had 3 paths leading away. Each path ended in a door, and all 3 doors were locked and marked, with runes or paintings or rusty old locks. I got sucked into looking at the library's beautiful murals. Each of them depicted a different story. One of them was a mosaic of mirrors. That one was my favorite. Watching Hex look at books was like reading a thriller. Almost every second book was rigged with a trap, but he figured out the pattern quickly. Something, Fibonacci, IDK. Once I was able to pry myself away from the murals, I started looking for spell things. I knew Hex was most interested in those, and you help when you can. I didn't. I mostly looked at all the small treasures lying around. The wizard hat had this real cool staff with a chonker of a gemstone embedded at the top. Imagine the damage I could do with that. I also found something else that was really cool. Here, take a look. It's dope, right? Wait. Did he actually bring me back a treasure? Where is it? Where is it? What is this? A weather jar. Duh. It's what the weather is like in another realm. Or it shows what the weather is like in another realm. I don't see where he put that. Unless it's somewhere I can't see yet, but it will. I see. Let me guess. Avalon? I knew you'd get it. I found some spell scrolls. One of them had golden runes on it. Hex liked that one, but he didn't love it, Then, nestled between a few red velvet armchairs, I found a glass case. It had a golden frame and a scroll placed inside, neatly in the middle. The scroll was floating and all that. Did you guys find the Elder Scroll or something? I knew Hex was looking for more spells, so I called for him. As soon as I mentioned an oddly floating scroll, he came sprinting upwards, staring at the glass case. He already had another scroll tucked into his coat. Honestly, I was expecting him to be carrying half the library at that point. But I guess that would have been too heavy for him. You mean he doesn't have a cloak of holding? Or a pocket dimension? Rip. Of course, the stupid glass case was also a puzzle. Had no lock, no lid, nothing. Just glass and a gold frame. The scroll itself was glowing a promising blue. I suggested breaking the glass. Hex gave me his finest death glare. So, he investigated the puzzle himself. While they were doing boring side quests, I made sure to stuff my pockets. Found a jeweled silver paperweight shaped like a bird that'll make for a great blunt weapon. Hex was too scared we'd destroy the scroll by triggering another contraption, so... excuse me. He suggested we look around in the adjacent rooms. The riddle doors. Hex only had to look at them for a mere second before figuring them out. Apparently all of those murals and runes were referencing a story hidden somewhere in the library. So we made a search for it. It was tricky. We didn't want to trigger the book traps after all. It was like the library knew what would tempt us the most. I kept seeing books about forgotten songs, rare instruments, and romantic poetry. And I saw books about burglary and fraud. Even had to tackle you to the ground one time so you wouldn't blow us all up. Who could resist a good scheme? It was kind of exciting, seeing Hex hop up and down the stairs looking for the right books. First password was password. The second password was passwords past the password. And then there was the third one, passwords past the password's password. You wish, but no. It was 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the number on my luggage. Easy to crack. Good for you. The first room was an alchemy lab, full of apparatuses that I'd never seen before. Most of the liquids had gone dry, but Hex insisted on taking whatever was left along with us anyway. Wouldn't let me taste any, though. The nerd was more interested in the study hidden behind the second door. He was really determined to crack all the old wizard's mysteries. We helped where we could, but listen, I only have like 3 brain cells. Pass the brain cell? The soundscape of the tower was kind of depressing. Silence broken only by the dripping of water and the creaking of old wood. So I sweetened it with a song. It was very easy to get into the flow with that bomb music, boyo. Thank you. Hex didn't find a key to the glass case, but he at least found a blueprint showing how it was built. Maybe he can find out how to open it using that. That'd be nice. He was pretty beaten up about everything, though. Yeah, couldn't find what he was looking for. Not even in the third room? No. That one was a gym. Didn't know wizards worked out. Maybe it was just a distraction from the hidden vault. A hidden vault? Anything good in there? Oh yeah, more than our arms could carry. A bunch of artifacts, most of them probably cursed. Which makes them even cooler. But Innkeep, you don't even know the funniest part yet. Enlighten me. The whole time the wizard had a spare key to the tower under the doormat. The oldest habit of all time, and we didn't even think about checking for it. I did, but I wanted them to find it for themselves. When they left the tower, I was at the beach with Jade. She'd arrived a while ago to pick us up, and I was teaching Onyx new tricks. She helped us heave all the loot onto her boat. We couldn't take everything with us, so we decided to head back there again another day. There's one thing that doesn't make sense in this equation, though. That would be... Inigo, Voy, and Hex traveled alone. Well, except for me, they're stowaway. Yet I found a fresh set of footprints by the coast before Jade ever arrived. Like there was a 5th person on the island. Huh. Maybe someone was there just shortly before us. We didn't even notice, LOL, just like we didn't notice Melina. I'm sorry for staying hidden for so long. Don't apologize. I think it just proved your skills as a detective. We've got a lot to learn from you. What a story. I can't wait to share it with Archie. I'll be on my way now. Gotta check up on Hex and make sure he didn't accidentally take a book mimic home. You're coming with, Nico? Sure thing. Thing. So long, Innkeep. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Don't miss me too much. I'll try not to. Now it's just you and me, Innkeeper. Indeed. I'm glad you're back. You're making it sound like I was lost or kidnapped. I was just investigating. Without telling anyone? I don't need to tell anyone where I'm going. People care about you, Melly. They get worried if they don't know where you are. Oh. Yeah, Fable kind of went off on her own, and who knows what she's gotten into? I'm not used to that. But I care about people too, like you. That's good to hear. Oh! Melly! Hi, Aura. Hi, Dave. Oh, that name is so outdated. You're back. I am. Did you miss me? Did I was just very worried. What? You called me Melly. What about it? You've never done that before. I'm sure I have. You even said you'd never call me Melly. Aw. I'm just glad you're back. Welcome back to my tavern, Dave. That's a cute one. Yeah, I got it. I got it on my latest quest. Dave, you made a good choice. I also went on a quest. Well, at first I wanted to find the moon swamps. You know, the mysterious magical swamp that is said to be magically hidden and only appears in foggy but starry nights. I'd heard they're somewhere in the moon swamp, near the portal to the Twilight Chasm. And did you find anything? No, I did find some weird waymarkers made of bones that seemed to lead somewhere. They had "Do Not Touch" written on them, and the paint even seemed fresh, so it looked like a perfect clue. But then, suddenly, there were just gallons of water everywhere. Luckily, I got away quick, and since I was already there, as Fasoa's best detective, it was my duty to discover the flood's origins. Well, at first I was more of a stowaway than a detective, and I also couldn't figure out Don't storm off like that ever again, you understand? Oh, I was so worried, and no one knew anything about your whereabouts. Now. No. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's just, I haven't cared about anyone in so long. And with you and Fable both suddenly gone, I didn't know what to do. I thought you didn't care. After you went away, even though I asked you to be more careful. I thought maybe you didn't want to be my trusty assistant after all. So I went to investigate alone. I'm sorry for leaving. It's alright. I'm used to people leaving and not coming back. I do care, Melly. I'm just kind of new to this whole honesty thing. Oh, the character growth going on right now. I'm kind of new to this whole empathy thing. Yeah, I figured. If you'd like, I could fix you a drink to find your words again. Don't know if I'm up for trading another secret in exchange. It's on me today. You've got enough to worry about. So let me see what I can do for you. A nuzzle spoken heart? Most likely. It's so hard to keep good posture. Again, I look forward to the day where I can have my office and have like a good supportive chair where I can sit properly. Every time I feel like I'm shrimping or slacking or I don't know. Either way. Chat, are you shrimping? Do you be shrimping? I mean, while it's completely easy and understandable to fall into shrimping habits, it's not a good thing. Ami! How are you? Happy Friday? Alright, we'll go with the spoken heart for him, though. The good old classic. But yeah, now that Melly's back, where the heck is Fable? And where did they rush off to in thinking where Melina was? You're a bit better? Good! I'm glad to hear you're better. We're pretty good here for the most part. I know Spirit and I have both been fighting some sinus crud. But we're good. And the game's been good too. Though we've had a bit of drama and some mad adventures on our hands, so it's a little unexpected. But we're getting some character growth, so that's good. Enjoy your magical liquid eloquence. But yeah, I'm glad you're better too. I know being sick sucks. It doesn't taste half bad. This might actually help. So, your quest. Jade said you were stranded on Moralia? Yep. I followed 3 very suspicious-looking fellows and somehow ended up on that island. I know I always run into wizards and magic when I'm out on adventures. And traps! Magical traps everywhere! Sounds very dangerous. A detective's always seeking thrills. I'll make sure to be careful, I promise. It's not about that. I know you know how to take care of yourself. Otherwise you wouldn't have solved the T-Rex case. The T-Rex. Oh, man. Oh, man. Hang on. I'm going to try to snooze. Pre-rolls are going to come back on, but I want to see if we can make it through tonight. Wait. Why did my preview crash? Okay, we're still good. Just for whatever reason, my player decided to crash. Anyway. But don't keep putting your own life at risk in exchange for a quick adventure. Luckily, nothing major happened this time. This all could have ended very differently. I know. All I'm saying is, don't disappear again. Please. You're not alone anymore. You don't have to do everything all by yourself. Like you're one to talk, right? I think you've got a point, Melly. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to him as well, Melly. You're both guilty. But you two have also made a lot of progress already. And I'm glad both of you made it back safely. Heard anything from Fable yet? No, not yet. What about Carolyn? She came back after the flood. Currently, she's investigating some undead sightings in the Pale Woods. Do you know when she'll be back? No, but the two of you can wait here for her if you want. Yes, please. I want to stay until Carolyn gets back. Alright, I'll keep you company. How about I spice up your wait with another drink? I'll pass. Oh, but I'd like one, please. Of course. Do you want anything specific? That whole adventure was pretty exhausting. Maybe something to combat my mental tiredness? Nothing easier than that. Yeah, chat, how are your Fridays going? Do y'all have anything planned for the weekend? Again, I'm probably going to do a pickup Archie. It's going to be my first one with friends tomorrow. So I'm still debating if I should stream it or not. I kind of just decided last minute to do it. Just because I've been wanting to learn how to do archipelagos. So we'll see. And it's going to be Pape because I know I'm just decent at Pape right now, so. Okay, intelligence, we're just going to go with a sparkling nebula. Other than that, I really need to get on making some treats this weekend. Here we go. You started your winter vacation so I can get more time for rest. Yo, nice! Everybody's getting good breaks. I make cookies this weekend. Yes, absolutely. If y'all do make or bake anything or whatever, feel free to share them. I know EK shared a picture of her making molasses cookies in the Discord earlier. And it's like, I want to make my shortbread. I want to make my fudge. I don't think I'll need more Chex Mix, maybe. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think I have to make stuff so ahead of time, but really I don't. Not really. Because like some stuff I need to mail off, which is fine because those treats have traveled well anyway. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What kind of cookies do y'all want to make? Y'all know I love talking about baking. Even if we're in the middle of a talking game. Let's see if this will wake you up again. Oh, thank you. This is delicious. I can feel my synapses connecting. You know, now that I've had some time to think about it, I think I figured out why Hex was so bummed about the loot. Care to share your insight with us? But of course. Chocolate chip cookies? Ooh, classic. You saw a recipe you want to try? Oh man. I do hope it turns out good for you. Now, it's always fun to find a really successful new recipe for sure. He has a younger sister, right? Which always struck me as odd. She looks so much older than him. So what if she just ages faster than he does? Right, because she's more human and he's more elf, so... He did mention about the cure to immortality. So what if that's what he's looking for Grace, is a way to expand her life expectancy? Oh. He'd be expected to find some very special loot in that wizard tower. The recipe uses cake and bread flour. Ooh. That would make for a very interesting texture. Okay. Okay, I don't know if we'll make it to the ads. I'm going to use one more snooze, even though we have pre-rolls back on, but we're going to try. But he didn't find it. So what if he was looking for something to extend her life? Yep. Like a scroll of immortality. What a foolish idea. Hey. Not you. Hex. Even if it's tempting, those are powers that no one should interfere with. I agree. What if she turns into a zombie? I've had enough of them. Definitely. We should tell him when we see him again. Or maybe we should tell Carolyn when she returns. She seems to be experienced in dealing with the undead. You think it'll be a long time before she gets back? I don't know. Could be very soon, but it could also take a few more days. You've had a long day. Aren't you tired, Melly? No. I'm not tired. At all. Let's wait for a little bit longer. Maybe she'll show up and Fable with her. Sounds good. Did she fall asleep? Yeah. Maybe I should bring her home and wrap this up for tonight. That's a good idea. You should get some rest as well. I'll let you know if I hear anything about Carolyn or Fable. Alright. There's not much for me to do otherwise. Except care for Melly. She needs you. Yeah, I think you might be right. Good night, Dave. You know. Forget about it. See ya. Alright, perfect. We made it to another end of the day. Right before ads went off, even if pre-rolls did come on for a time. But perfect! Ads are going to start as we do 3 minutes of ads per hour. Y'all know the drill. I suggest you get up, get some stretches, unshrimp, and all that stuff. And I guess we'll see what happens. Oh. Disaster Tea and Revelations. That's something. But we will continue. Again, this is the last act of the base game, and we will see where it goes from there. But again, get up, get some stretches. I'm going to get some more water. Maybe a throat lozenge, because I kind of feel like all this speaking is starting to wear on my vocal cords since we were yelling and shouting so much during the Game Awards last night. But ads are going to go off. I will be right back. Excuse me. Ad break is over. Thank you everybody for your patience. I do have my Ricola. Just to help with my vocal cords. But I think it's also like just all the fluid and mucus still swishing around, and all the frequent speaking, of course, causes it to come loose in one way or another, which is good. So, alright, let's find out what happens. I'm still not sure how much farther we have to go, because really all the guides, and I only strictly look at them, ever blooming, nice. I only strictly look at them in order to see, like, how to gauge progression, not to look for spoilers or anything like that. But most of them only really talk about what the quests are like, not how many days there are and stuff, unfortunately. So either way. But yay, it's Clay and Tia. Welcome back. It's good to see you both again. Hold your enthusiasm, Innkeeper. We bring tales of disaster. No! I don't mind a little disaster in my tales. After all, you tell them so well. She really does. As you do, Clay. As do you, Clay. Thank you. I hope my stories are as good as your drinks. They are to me. Speaking of which, can I offer you a drink in exchange for a little insight into your disasters? That'd be great. Something that feels strong and magic-y, right? You remembered. Yes, that one, please. Coming right up. I forgot which game it was last night that we saw at the Game Awards, but there was a character. Maybe I think it was the, what they said, the first Berserker, Kazan, that his character literally reminded me of Clay over here. Even though Clay is, like, so good and so wholesome, it's like he's still kind of, you know, like, the big, muscly warrior type, so... But just the look of the Kazan character reminded me of Clay a little bit, so... Okay. Something with some strength. We'll go with just a typical Southern Brawler for today. Which is... 1 Pout's defense. 1 Pout's charisma. 3 Pout's strength. Something tasty and strong, but hopefully not disastrous. Yeah, the one Berserker. What was it? Like the first Berserker, Kazan, or whatever it was? It was kind of bloody, but it was still, just again, just something about the character model reminded me of him. Especially when he had like the long, white, flowing hair and everything. So. Very tasty. Very strong. You've really got the best drinks around. Happy to hear that, Clay. Tia, you're bursting at the seams. How are the archives? Fun. Were they? Mayhaps. The bleak stalkers were... bleak? Cute. Cute? Very. Jade told us where to find the entrance to the archives. But when we got there, we found it surrounded by bleak stalkers. They were quite numerous. And so, shaped. I decided to ask them if they could let us through. And I thought he might need some help with that. So I called on your honey flowers and I extended my divine light to him. It made him glow softly and they all flocked to him like moths to a gentle flame. Did you know that they have velvet wings that they can fold into their bodies? I didn't. That's fascinating. They were so cuddly and showed off their crawling skills in exchange for carrots. I asked them if they'd like to be our tour guides and they were so excited. They'd never been tour guides before at first. They thought people would involve... and at first they thought it involved eating people. I might have acted a bit standoffish when trying to correct their misconception. Clay was able to convey the message much better. He's very good at explaining things. I think he really understands people. And that helps him meet them where they're at. I try to. Everyone has their own way of understanding things. I think that's beautiful. I envy your empathetic approach to life, Clay. Thank you, but you've got your own strengths. Like how you're a master of strategy, or how you're so good at making people feel safe. Oh. I suppose we make a great team. The best, I might say. We make a great team with the Bleak Stalkers, too. They led us right inside the archives, which were huge. Large parts of the Everbloom had collapsed, but even the explorable sections were unbelievably spacious. We had no time for a proper tour, unfortunately. We had to make it back in time for the barbecue, after all. That meant we had to be efficient during our search. Though we did take a break to admire the artist's hall the creatures excitedly led us to. We found abandoned pottery equipment that distracted us a little too much. Using more time than was perhaps appropriate, we molded tiny versions of the little critters, as a gift to them. Oh, they loved them. That's so cute! Ha! Get out here, bot. Man, they are coming out with a vengeance lately. But once again, thankfully, Automod is catching them. Afterwards, we split up to cover more ground. Each of us was guided by a group of bleak stalkers. A dangerous choice. That's when the monsters get you. That's what Clay said. So I enchanted the friendship bracelets. Oh, that way they would always sense in which direction the other person was located. So neither of us would get lost. They're wearing them! Look! They got bracelets on! That's so cool! Cute! It was so smart. It was very useful. I see you kept yours on. I did. They really helped with navigating around the archives, too. It's a beautiful place, you know. I mean, everything's overgrown with vines or withered and full of termites. We could still tell how much care had gone into the building. Some of the tree branches still had leaves on them. And I saw a couple of stubborn lotus daisies trying to break through around the rocks. I taught the bleak stalkers how to water them. They loved drinking out of the watering can, but they also enjoyed sharing their water with the lotus daisies. Hopefully they'll grow stronger again soon. What a shame all the effort that went into building the archives was for nothing. But it wasn't. It meant something to someone once. And I could still feel that love in it, even during our visit. Maybe it'll even bloom again. It's called the Everbloom, right? Like forever? I wonder who named it. We should go back sometime and see if we can find any information about the archivists. I bet they knew some great drinking games. Perhaps we should honor their contributions by studying the knowledge they left behind. Why not both? They should be people first, symbol second. Oh, yes. I guess both would work too. Good idea, Clay. What else did you find in the archives? Besides friends and the beauty and horrors of time, I mean. I got a little distracted when I asked our new friends to point me towards the cooking section. It was so vast. I found so many new bread recipes I can't wait to try out. Dude! Same wavelength. I also found something for you. For me? Yes, a recipe from a book on mixology. First I thought about taking the whole thing along, but it was a giant tome and the bleak stalkers were so attached to it. So I ripped out the page that looked the most interesting. We thought it might fit your repertoire. Yo, new drink! Last Whisper. Ooh. I think it does. Thank you very much. As for me, I asked them to lead me towards dangerous knowledge and soon found myself in a hidden study. The bleak stalkers didn't want to go inside, like they were scared of its contents. So I rewarded them with some treats and ventured inside alone. Sounds like you got along with them rather well. I grew quite attached. Perhaps I would even call them my favorite animals. Oh, that's right, because they was like, what's your favorite animal, your favorite color? And she's like, these are insignificant. And Clay is like, no. That means we solved your favorite animal quest. We did. They almost made me want to stay and waste more time. Isn't that strange? Not the slightest. Time well spent is time never wasted. Perhaps you're right. Anyhow, the study. It was a complete mess, full of scriptures, scrolls, and written ramblings that would be forbidden these days. A little exciting. And worrying. The papers I was able to translate spoke of the apocalypse, of the end of it all. Oh. She's not looking so good. There was research on the roots of the aether tree and how to unbind them, written with shaking hands and fading ink. Oh. Was this more the scholarly or mad scientist type of research? Hard to tell. The lines tend to blur with blasphemy. Do you know a lot about the Aether Tree? Because Tia gave me a whole presentation about it. I wouldn't mind a refresher. It's a giant tree. Good start. A world tree. That means our world rests on it. In it? Around it? Somewhere? In it, mostly. Depends on who you ask. The dragons guard the tree because they created it? Maybe, but definitely because they care for us. And since we live in it, it should keep existing as it does now, because no one wants their house to crumble. Ooh. Oh, that was information. I thought it was going to be another rumor and we were going to figure out whatever was going on with the Aether Tree. A lot of people would get hurt if something happened to everyone's home. It's true, but luckily for us, damaging the Aether Tree is impossible. It's larger than we could ever imagine. To us, it's really more of a concept than a tree. And the dragons defend it. Despite their oath of neutrality, they're no easy foes. There is one way. Uh-oh. The Sigils of Alcahest. The what now? The Sigils of Alcahest. They're the key to destroying the Aether Tree, according to the scrolls I studied under the archive's candlelight. Are they some sort of spell? More of a manual to a self-fulfilling prophecy, a way of breaking the cosmos in accordance with its own rules. For the tree to crumble, its foundation must be fractured. The 5 sigils of Alcahest represent the 5 dragons, each of which must be damaged to topple our world's balance. Only then can our cosmos reshape itself. The scrolls spoke of experiments for creating a sigil, unsuccessful experiments. That's reassuring. Not quite. They were only unsuccessful back then. Next to the notes of old, I found others written on cleaner, newer parchment with unfaded ink. Much of it was incomprehensible, written in languages I've never seen before. But various sketches of whales caught my eye, as did altered frostbite scrolls. Uh-oh. That sounds unsettlingly familiar. Like the frozen whale that ate the sun? I fear that the starfall broke a sigil. By ripping holes into Cassiopeia's wings, it destabilized her flight. If she's damaged any further, time could be sent into disarray. Meanwhile, the tsunami, like I heard, didn't just plague the archives. The waves broke down the barriers between the primordial sea and the twilight chasm in ways never seen before. So that's 2 broken sigils. That's not good. What an incredible understatement. To witness one such sigil fracture would be anxiety-inducing enough. Knowing it has happened to 2 will keep me up for many nights. It's not 2, it's 3. 3? Alongside the notes, I found an old map with fresh markings. All the names were outdated, but the intention were clear, marked with the 5 interplanar portals. Uh-oh. We're facing the end of the world, aren't we? 30 years ago, their sudden appearance tore fissures into Gaia. I believe they were the first sigil. Uh-oh. Bad, right? Oh no. What if we had something to do with that? Very. Who could have done this? I don't know. And why, of all things? If the Aether Tree collapsed or even shifted from its perfect balance, the destruction would end us all. Who would want that? No one thinking rationally, that's for sure. They might have a good reason for it. Maybe we can talk them out of it? I doubt it. Me too. Whoever it may be that's causing this, they only have 2 sigils left. Ur would be quite bad, right? Don't they say that waking the Elder Dragon will start the apocalypse? They do. I feel like there's way too many ways to start the apocalypse. Maybe they're all connected, and waking Ur will break the last sigil. Although, I'd like to think breaking all the sigils is indeed impossible. Because it's impossible to reach Tua in the spirit realm, correct? It's not exactly impossible. One can make it to the spirit dragon via the astral sea at the dawn of the dying moon. That's in 5 days, right? Uh-oh. Yes, but worry not. To reach such a specific location within the astral realm, very specific rituals are necessary. And Gaia's portal to Cassiopeia is indispensable. Said portal is located in and safely protected by the Aperture, the stronghold of the Order of Starlight. and its rituals must be performed with outstanding accuracy to withstand the treacherous astral currents. Only the highest-ranking members of the Order are privy to this knowledge, and I guarantee you, all of us would rather die than aid in the destruction of this world. If the rest of them are half as stubborn as you are, I think we're well protected. Exactly. Oh boy. That's good. The rest is worse. Oh. Wait, huh? Wait, oh. Oh, I accidentally clicked the book. I was like, why did my book come up suddenly? What's bad is that we don't know who's behind this. Or why. By the dragons and the endless horizon, anyone would desire something so vile. I can already sense your next quest. But can I offer you a drink first? Your throat must be dry from all that exposition. I wouldn't say no to a drink. Perhaps something that will keep my mind intact, defended from lunacy. I feel like I'm going mad. Say no more. Oh boy. We got some craziness on our hands, chat. We'll make her just a simple frosted lagoon. We'll keep it simple. Nothing hurts like going back to the basics, right? Especially with all this craziness going on. Well, as crazy as things have been throughout the entirety of this game, I didn't think we were expending what may be the end of the world. And all these adventurers that we may have to send out on it, so... And there is still the mystery of the lore behind us, so... A delicious defense against the absurdity of evil plots. Thank you. This makes me feel a little less conspiratorial. I needed a breather. You know what else would make for a great breather? Fable's barbecue? Exactly. Oh. You're right. That would be quite pleasant right now. Oh, please tell me Fable comes back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think the barbecue is happening today. Fable hasn't returned from their quest yet. Oh. What quest are they on? Finding Melina. But we just saw Melly on the way here. Perhaps they found another quest while out. Heroism can be quite infectious like that. Innkeep, what kind of drink did you mix them? None. Yeah. Maybe we should go look for them. Maybe so. Oh. Ooh. Why do I have to be the one to decide? Like, what happens if I send them out to go find Fable? Like, I do, but then at the same time... Yeah. I would... yeah, please do. No one has seen them in days. And the last things I said to them, I'd hate for those words to stay the last. Please help me find them. Yeah, Fable was mad earlier about not being able, about us not telling them to go out and find Melina when she's been missing. She got so mad. Oh my gosh. Of course, I'm sure they could slay any monsters without us, but some extra hands couldn't hurt. But you'll have to deliver your apologies yourself. I know. I'll slay that beast when it comes to it. Very well. But first we must solve our urgent sigil problem. I feel like we're missing just one piece. Oh, hey. A piece of what? Cake? It's been a while since we've seen Kyle. I like to order my usual cake, Innkeeper. I don't serve cake, never have. Oh, maybe you should. Another delicious delicacy would be... Also still no blood. Aww. The sorrow I'm feeling almost equals the grief I felt after the vampire glitter competition of 1389. There was a glitter competition? Oh? I had run out of glitter. I could serve you one of my usual drinks to alleviate some of that heartache. That would be splendid. I'd like something to enhance my immortal strength. No shopping bag shall hold me back today. I'll see what I can do. Oh, Kyle. Whoa. Huh? Check this drink out. The Last Whisper. The Last Whisper stealths itself into your heart. It provides a boost to strength and speed and has a tough, if somewhat bitter aftertaste that will awaken your senses. Sometimes all you need is the right balance between elegance and brute force, and the correct translation of an ancient recipe. Interesting. This won't kill Kyle, right? I still want to make it though, because we haven't made the cursed coffee yet. Alright, what's in it? What are we putting in this? Okay, no defense. It does call for 2 ticks of intelligence. So I think this could work. So we've got intelligence, 1 thing of agility, and a whole lot of strength. Yeah, strength. Alright. Cursed coffee. Let's see what happens. Here, with the strength, all the strength of a raging fire. Thank you, dear innkeeper. My blood is boiling with euphoria. Any particular reason for your shopping trip? A very particular one, dear innkeeper. It is a matter of life and death. I must head out to purchase this wondrous sustenance known as comfort food immediately. Do you know what comfort food is? I haven't the slightest idea. But it is rumored to restore you mortals back to full health. I'm afraid Rhea will perish should she not receive it. That sounds serious. Has she fallen ill? A fatal case of something she called being in the zone. I assume it's highly dangerous. She's refused to move away from her drawing board for over a year now. She even threw me out of the room upstairs when I offered her a blood pellet snack. How will her body handle another year without food? I have some good news for you. Rhea hasn't been sketching for a year. You guys checked in yesterday. How fortunate. And as for you and your legendary item, you should ask her about it. Generally, everyone has a different idea of what they consider comfort food. How wondrous. Though something tells me you should give her some time before you go back upstairs to ask. Why? Call it intuition. I don't think intuition is a very good name, innkeeper. Want to help me find a better one? Of course, I'll think of one before the next 80 years are up. Thank you. I shall remain for a while. And once I have acquired the correct comfort food, I will make sure my friend eats every last bite. Like a vampiric mother hen to her vampiric chick. I didn't know there were vampire chickens. Well, they're void chickens, that's close enough. There aren't. Do you know that for certain? Yes. I could have sworn the ones in my family estate had fangs. Chickens can't develop teeth. And here I thought we were comrades in blood hunger. Chickens are still very fascinating all on their own. Did you know they have very colorful dreams? Oh, that's nice. I once helped a wild hen with her dream journal. I'll introduce you to sometime. My favorite thing about chickens is that they purr when they're happy. What charming creatures. The more I learn, the more they remind me of vampires. So simple, sweet, and ferocious, yet their origin harbors one of the greatest mysteries of life. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. The chicken. Not going to weigh in. I am intellectually withdrawing myself from this conversation. But unlike this unsolved mystery, I do know how vampires were created. Would you mind elaborating? Weren't you intellectually withdrawing? As a cleric of Cassiopeia, humility is a lifelong objective that I strive towards. As such, I must admit when I need to concede words spoken in haste. Which would be now, I suppose. Please, Kyle, if you wouldn't mind expounding on what you just said. Certainly. It must have been over 5 centuries ago when a scholar stole some of the immortal blood of the dragons. The scholar offered it to Queen Annabeth, who would become the vampire's monarch. I have never heard of Queen Annabeth. I think that was just the plot of a really challenging board game, Kyle. Oh, you're right. So then, Mike was real after all. Mike? Yes, it's all coming back to me now. The first vampire that walked this world was the infamous Mikhail, but most of us call him Mike. He had a very close connection to the spirit dragon in his domain. Eventually, Mike struck a deal with Tuat. In exchange for guarding the dragon's realm, he would get to live forever. But that didn't work out, I guess. Old Mike didn't read the fine print. The spirit dragon turned out to be a trickster. That Tuat turned him into a new form of undead creature, invulnerable to age and disease, but still weak to the blade. Blood was the only thing he could stomach to consume, and with time, even sunlight became intolerable. Mike was no longer welcome among the living, but the dead didn't want him either. And that's how the first vampire was created. Fascinating. There is so little known about the spirit dragon in his realm. Kyle, just how do you possess knowledge that's considered ancient by today's standards? What knowledge? The knowledge you just told us about. Ah, I stumbled upon it in a grimoire I bought the other day at the local bookstore. Nope, that was the vampire romance book Lynn recommended to you. Try again. But of course. Dear Evelyn was such a history fanatic, how could I not pick up on a few stories? That one was her favorite. I still dream of her deathly beautiful countenance as she narrated tales until the intruder stopped screaming. Huh? She always told the story of our progenitor Mike so softly. She would cradle a vial of his blood, and her tone would turn so reverent. She did have a vial of blood in her house. A secret to share just with me, she would say. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break the last oath between us as well. I'm sure we can keep this a secret, right? A secret between new friends. If secrecy is how we can repay you for sharing this with us, then so be it. Since you seem to have been very close to her, I wanted to let you know. We traveled past Morrow Castle on our way back. It looked awfully damaged. The destruction looked so fresh, if only we had passed by earlier. Clay even spotted a heavily armored silhouette a short distance away from what remained of the castle walls. We hurried over as quickly as possible, but the shadow was gone by the time we got there. As it was, only rubble remained. Was my dear Evelyn unharmed? We don't know. The castle looked abandoned, like a ruin. My Evelyn, what horrid fiend could have inflicted such damage? She must have fought back fiercely. May her opponents suffer twice the damage they inflicted upon her. What I wouldn't give to know her safe. I think I need to go ask Rhea about her comfort food. Let's give him some time to come to terms with what he just learned. Crazy stuff going on. Carolyn! Uh-oh. Ooh, that's a rare one. What is that? Because it's sparkly. It said burnout, but the borders of the icon for the trophy was sparkling, which I think means it's a rare one in Steam. Greetings, brave adventurers. What's that noise? That's his spine. Indeed. Oh? Are you all right? Worry not, friend. 'Tis but a scratch. So, about my drink order. Glittery bones. True. How about telling me what's going on first? And returning to a proper order of conversation. Apologies, friend. I might have jumped the crossbow there. Jumped the crossbow, huh? Let us recount our tale properly, Dame Carolyn. Don't think there's much to tell, honestly. You look exhausted. Are you wanting some rest, then? No, just wanting a drink. That can be arranged. Something to regain my strength. A good one might net you a story. No pressure, Lynn. Alright. We will keep it simple, though. I'm curious about the last whisper, though, but that... I don't know, that seems a little extreme. Alright. Just the good old Southern Brawler. We'll stick with that. Alright. Ding ding! A great drink for a great story. Aren't you lucky? I'd like to think luck has nothing to do with it. Perhaps not. I might have something else to cheer you up. Oh? Melly's back. Oh! Relieved? Like a great sword's been lifted off my shoulders. Is she all right? Yes, though you might prefer to see her yourself. She and Dave left me their address to give to you. Who? Ah, you know them. Right, got it. Only one person would fit such an uninspired name. They'd better have apologized to Melly, or else. You'll have to find out the details for yourself. Just don't keep them waiting for too long. Don't need to tell me that. Fable isn't back then? No. Sure are taking their time. Feel like looking for them yet? No, they're capable. Just my patience is starting to wear thin. You had some to begin with. You're pretty chatty for someone within greatsword distance. Right. Can I interest you in one of my drinks as well, Scully? With an offer like that, my friend, how can a skeleton say no? Perhaps something to enhance my aura. I would like to do the proclamation of this tale proper justice. Aura, huh? Charisma, okay. So he wants a good bit of charisma. Charisma, huh? We could either do him 1,000 winds or a sunny breeze. You know, we don't really get to make a sunny breeze all that much, though he was talking about his words, but I think that I'll do the sunny breeze since it is still charisma. I think calls for this. Okay, then 2 bits of intelligence. And 2 bits of charisma. And there's our sunny breeze. Cool. Ding. Just about as shiny as he is, maybe, possibly, perhaps. Please enjoy. Oh my. They say manners maketh a man, but this drink alone has invigorated me plenty. I can almost feel the warmth of flesh on my bones again. A pleasure to be of service? You seem awfully eager to talk about this. And you're not? Was it no help in alleviating that accursed boredom? It was eventful, all right, just lacking a sense of accomplishment, I guess. But no use continuing this pity party. Let's start telling the story I know you're itching for. Much obliged. We started by making our way westward, so our progress was slow. Any complications? Yes, quite a few. Oh. Before embarking on this journey, I was woefully ignorant about the plight of the Fasoan farmers. Medley! How's Tavern Talk been? People have been mad! We've had people been mad, we've had people be missing. And now we've also had talk of the end of the world and the apocalypse. Yeah, and you want to know who was mad at us? Fable! Little, sweet, soft-spoken Fable at the beginning of the journey. And everything. My gosh. Yeah, they were pissed. You're lurking during the vampire. There. That's at least Melly's back from being missing, and she was just on her detective in detective ways. We also helped Dave, i.e. Kumo, i.e. all the other names of the thief, reconcile with his parents after they turned up all these years instead of having them be murdered and such. But there's been a lot of ups and downs, but mostly again just the discussion of the end of the world just now. So we'll see how this ends up. But I'm glad you dropped in. You make drinks, listen to people, and help them out? Yes. That is exactly it. It's all about the talking, because this is a visual novel. This is indeed a visual novel. Plus, sometimes when you can choose what drinks can influence the outcomes. So, there's more than one way for a quest to end, and therefore I think different achievements and such, which you would probably have to play this at least twice to get all those achievements, probably. Woefully ignorant about the plight of the Fasoan farmers. The less than ideal weather conditions. The flood that ruined a lot of crops. Bad ending giving Pie Code Red instead of Baja. I mean... And now this pesky undead problem. I was stricken with empathy for their struggle. I will admit, I have not tasted a lot of different Mountain Dew flavors, but I have heard Code Red is actually pretty good. Maybe, possibly, perhaps? I mean, he might not like it, but what is it, like cherry flavored or something? Like, it would be neat to try the different types of the different types of Mountain Dew. Not all together. We're not doing the Infinity Dew. Ugh. No thank you. I don't think he hates it. I don't think so either. I think he's alright with it, but of course, you know, a lot of people prefer Baja, because it is good. It is quite good. Least we could have done was offer up our means of transportation for any soul looking for a better life further north. Oh, that's right. This is about them going after the undead. Just a joke about how much he likes Baja. True. Very true. So we switched carriages. 3 times. By the 3rd time we had gotten off so far off course, it took us a whole day just to get back on track. On foot. Oh. But once our hike was over, we did get to spend a wonderful afternoon with Dame Carolyn's cousin, Lady Danica. That was nice, I guess. The cousin with the undead snail problem, yes? Did you manage to liven up that garden for her? Sure did. Just had to set out some cabbage to leave them somewhere we wouldn't be damaging any crops, and... they were vanquished with just one magnificent blessed strike. Truly a sight to behold. It was just some undead snails, no need to have gotten so excited. To match the excitement, Lady Danica served us some positively delightful cups of tea. Better than any accompanying finger sandwiches were some new facts I had gleaned from observing the snails. Even lacking souls, they still displayed some pack behavior. They acted nothing like real animals, of course, but somehow I was struck with empathy for their plight. To unconsciously seek out a manner of instinctual action, despite the lack of anything to grant them a conscious objective. Is there a more transparent yearning for purpose than that? Scully is quite the scholar, though. My apologies. It appears what they said about it, old age is true. You can't help but philosophize. And you couldn't help but relate. In a way. One can't help but wonder whether any choice I make is truly my own, or just a post-mortem reflex of these old bones. Perhaps even my thirst for knowledge. And yet your enjoyment of it seems genuine. Truly, Innkeeper, you have a way with words. Just lots of experience. Though that may be, no worries seem rather foolish. My worries seem rather foolish now. I count myself as quite fortuitous that despite all my memory lacks, I can delight in learning it all again. Does it really matter that where such an urge comes from? Anyhow, my apologies, Dame Carolyn. I completely derailed our epic tale. Allow me to make up for it by continuing post-haste. We departed after that lovely cup of tea and finally headed for the Pale Woods. Lady Danica provided us with a cart and a trusty steed, a cow with the most lovely temperament. Any cows? I gotta go, chap. We got cows. I think I actually do have some. Hang on. I actually did end up getting a used pizza gift during one of his Pizza Festivus streams. It is a good cow emote, though. This is my cow. Co-wofi. I could find some good cow emotes, but that's perfect, Avi. Again, big cow rolling. Again, such a good emote. And it's like one of the original rolling emotes, I think, too. Like before like the frog and everybody else came up with their own. It's so cute. But yeah, a cow and a cart. How cute. Her name's Lisa Lot. Our host also gifted us this delightful lucky charm, so that no evil would hurt us or Lisa Lot on the way. But now that our little adventure is over, we thought we'd give it to you instead. Some extra luck never hurts. That's an adorable little fella. Thank you very much. Wait, it's an animal? I mean, we've got the bird. We've had this guy. And I did see the jar that they were talking about that's the weather, but sadly you can't see it until like all the patrons are cleared out at night. So remind me to keep an eye out for that. Glad you like it. I apologize, I derailed again. Where was I? Ah, our journey. I made sure to greet the gentleman that passed us on our way to the woods. What magnificent shadow armor he was wearing. Something about it felt oddly familiar. Uh-oh. Perhaps it was my only hope that we would look just as gallant after our quest. Mr. Lotto valiantly took us to the edge of the forest, where maliciousness permeated the very air we breathed. What he means is, it stunk real bad. We left Lisa Lotto there, sparing her the stench seemed like the right thing to do. And forth we ventured. Didn't take long to find what we were looking for. The place was crawling with them. Which also explained the dang smell. Oh, also, we discovered that unfortunately they forgot to bleep out one of the words. Like they didn't. They ended up using crap for, you know, reference of a other word. Talking about Dave's parents. It's like it wouldn't make sense for crappy parents. I was like, oh, methinks they forgot to bleep that word out. Oops. For some reason, the miasma didn't seem to bother me much. Most respectfully, you don't have a nose. Oh, of course. Anyways, there was a veritable horde before us, an army of undead creatures shambling their way through the forest. One gnawed tree at a time. They were awfully interested in those trees, it's true. At that point, I was ready to start decimating their numbers. And I would have done so if Scully hadn't held me back just as I was unsheathing my sword. I was keen to observe them for a moment longer. The undead creatures were displaying similar patterns to those snails. They weren't just stumbling around senselessly. They seemed to be following a pack leader. Maybe there was a non-violent solution left at hand after all. I convinced Dame Carolyn to hold off on the violence for just a little longer. I was still working out the best point from which to attack him. Couldn't hurt to try out Skelly's idea first. Except it did hurt. Oh. Yeah. Oh. While Dame Carolyn remained hidden in the shadows of the thicket, I walked up to the leader, another skeleton, making sure I displayed an open and respectful disposition. I suppose they were not open and respectful in return? Nope. Before I could even react, the skeleton had bitten down on Scully's arm. Oh. Oh, is that what's on his, well, I guess this arm? Because it kind of looks like he's got something on his left arm now. Oops. Agony! Without putting much thought to it, I threw one of my knives. Sorry, I only later realized that the knife I threw was one I'd accidentally taken from here. How will my tavern ever survive this? I already said I'm sorry. You can always compensate me for it. Andu's bucket needs to be cleaned out. Keep dreaming. Ouch. Shot down so quickly. If it kept you too safe, then I'm glad you accidentally took it. Thankfully your drink did its job wonderfully as well. Oh? Their teeth weren't able to leave even a scratch on me. Dame Carolyn was as fast as the wind as she got me away from the hungry undead. And so our fierce battle began. With ease, Dame Carolyn took out several of them at once. Would have been a bit easier if I hadn't had to carry you. My apologies. I was still mourning the breakdown in communication. But I got back on my feet eventually. Before long, we were battling off swarms of the undead. They seemed endless. For every undead creature defeated, 2 more would take their place, dragging the battle on. If I know one thing about fighting, it's that you need to watch your stamina. We wouldn't last forever, but our enemies could. One of them cleaved me straight in half. I was lucky Dame Carolyn caught my upper body. but I'm fairly certain we mixed up the order of some of my thoracic vertebrae when we put me back together. Still, being held in her arms put me in the perfect position for a strategy meeting. I thought back to how we had dealt with those snails. We felt like I needed to maximize the impact of my blessed strikes and fell them all with just one. So we baited them and ran, leading them to a nearby clearing. My separated legs rounded up the ones that didn't fall for the first baiting. And once at the clearing, I reunited with myself, luring them all over towards the center. As all the undead creatures gathered around my two halves, the sky cleared up. And like a crash of thunder, the sound of Dame Carolyn descending from the sky, or tree, was all that could be heard. For a moment, my eye holes were completely blinded by the radiance of that blessed strike. You're exaggerating. I like it. Sounds very heroic. It was. Don't think it counts when what I did was essentially pointless. Did the strike not land? It did. While the strike hit home, I realized most of the creatures could be resurrected again at any point. It's a shame, truly. Even though we fought so valiantly. Oh. But we did get you something as well, Innkeeper. Right. Here. The trees looked really chewed on, and dead. But the berries seemed like they were thriving. They're the ones Elfie was going on about. Not like they're here to appreciate him now, so I guess you can have them. Just set some aside to make Fable a drink when they're back. Sounds fair. Ghostberry. Ooh. It was very kind of you to bring them back for your friend. Yeah. I still wonder what all those undead creatures were doing there. So what, it failed? Because I wanted to keep them safe? Or... No, I don't know. Because we had to choose, I think it was between intelligence and or agility and charisma, or agility and strength, I think it was. And it's like, they're unreasonable, so I don't know. No idea. Hunger? Though it did look like they were going somewhere. Seemed to be heading north. Maybe they were searching for more trees? The Pale Woods is one of the largest forests in Fasoa. I don't see a reason for them to leave the area before it was barren. Unless they were ordered to. Don't they typically come with a necromancer attached? Oh my, they do, and... You don't suppose that gentleman we encountered outside the woods could have been that very necromancer? I don't think farmers wear armor like what you described. Just realized where they could be heading. It's true there aren't many woods around here that could compare to the Pale Woods. Oh no! But that giant root in the capital must look pretty good to some tree-obsessed undeads. The Aether Tree! The thing we were just talking about! For the apocalypse. Beep, indeed. Just to clarify, you believe hordes of undead creatures are marching towards the capital? Well, towards the roots would be my guess. I see. They're heading towards Themis to gnaw at the divine roots, as if to... fell the Aether Tree? Precisely. Not that such an action alone would destroy the whole thing, but it would certainly do some damage. What in the boop are you talking about? As I just stated, someone is trying to destroy the Aether Tree. The Starfall, the Primordial Flood, even the interplanar portals, it's all part of a big plot. Was that not clear? No. Oh my, that's awful! And insane if true. Is it working? Unfortunately so. Or do you see stars in the night sky? I mean, there's one. There used to be more. And we don't know who's behind it yet either. Well... Carolyn, Mr. Scully, the gentle person you greeted outside of the woods, you thought he might be a necromancer? He certainly bore the armor of one. Did he seem like he wanted to kill everyone? Not particularly, though it can be hard to tell sometimes. Politeness and the desire for homicide aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Necromancers resurrect dead things to make undead creatures. Indeed they do. So, Scully, you were resurrected, right? Do you remember anything about it? Well, I admit, at first I recalled my very little from the start of my new life. I mostly stumbled about trying to remember my manners. But my memories, or rather the memories of my body, which I suppose are also my memories, have been getting clearer lately. Let me try to refocus my thoughts. I believe I awakened in the archives in Everbloom. The Everbloom? Did you encounter any Bleakstalkers? Why, I did indeed. They seemed very hungry for my bones. Such intriguing creatures, they remind me of the old intellect wombats. Do those beasts still roam Fasoa? No. What are intellect wombats? Priorities to you. Scully, who woke you up? Gentleman of fine age. I believe he was there to do research? I remember candles held over notes scribbled on paper, ink stains on his fingertips. He must have found me near my friend's study. I remember I was looking for her when... After I woke, I simply left. How rude and uninquisitive of me. I should have asked what he was researching. I could have helped. Be glad you did not aid him. We found his notes. They spoke of the destruction of the universe. Did the guy from the woods remind you of the one in the archives? Now that you mention it, I wasn't conscious enough to recognize his face when I rose, but I knew the armor looked familiar. I think I saw it when I first reopened my eyes. Metaphorically, of course. I no longer have eyelids. A necromancer is behind all of this? Is he trying to break the sigils just to get to Tuat, the spirit dragon in the realm of the death? Sigils? Are you perchance speaking of the sigils of Alcahest? My friend was researching them once. I always thought them a wild figment of her imagination. Seems like they're not, unfortunately. We may be dealing with the destruction of the world on our hands, Trot. Do necromancers usually want to destroy Tuat? No, but they do defy his laws of life and death. Perhaps he craves access to all the souls the spirit dragon guards. Or he plans to destroy death once and for all with his perversions. But, my dears, to destroy Tuat, one must first find him. That in itself would be quite the impossible task, no? Not exactly. The spirit realm is well protected, but there are ways to get to him. Can you kill death? I don't know, but merely attempting it sounds disastrous. Miss Anwar, Mr. Moore, Tuat is the god of death. No matter how insane the necromancer, no one could possess a weapon powerful enough to fight a god. Only weapons made by dragons can harm them. We all know this. You mean like Ur's great axe? The one in the rumor! Uh-oh. A weapon forged for the dragons, by the dragons, meant only for their claws. The axe. It could certainly cut through the barrier between the astral sea and the upper world, if not through Tuat himself. Would stealing an axe from a dragon count as a sigil? Alright, y'all lost me again. I talked about this already. Keep up. I'll explain later. It might count as a sigil if it awakens Ur or damages their plane. Ur should not be awakened under any circumstances, nor should their legendary weapon fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My, this is quite concerning. I'm right there with you. This seems like too insane of a plot, even for some big bad evil guy. They always seem to be reaching for new heights in their dastardly schemes. Even if we are correct, this one plans to steal Ur's weapon, break their sigil, and then destroy Tuat. Dragons be with us. What about the undead creatures marching towards the capital? They must be a distraction, a way to keep anyone who would interfere off his back. Quite the dangerous distraction, if you ask me. Those boop shouldn't be snacking away at those roots either way, should they? No. Are those sigils of alcohol zest you keep talking about could do what? Destroy the tree? The spirit realm rests above all others in the canopy of our world. If what we believe to be this monster's plan succeeds, it will collapse down onto the rest of the Aether Tree. Not only would that free all dead souls, it would destroy the tree, our home, our cosmos, and everything below it. It would destroy our world as we know it. Big bad evil plan, of course. Alright, we go snooze. Snooze. We'll see if we can get through this. Not to mention, Tuat might die. I don't think I have to explain to you why death dying would be a bad thing. Once again, can he die? Wouldn't risk it. Though I believe this plot of his has to be limited somewhat, no? Perhaps to the transitional period between the astral moon and the dying moon. Only then would the veil between Cassiopeia and Tuat be thin enough for a ritual of such magnitude to succeed. Wait, what you mean is, this could only happen the night between the 35th of Cassiopeia and the 1st of Tuat? So it can only work in 4 days, or next year. Precisely. I guess you can't have a ritual without unnecessarily complicated rules. It is common courtesy. Clay, I've been wondering. Remember that man we saw on our way back near Morrow Castle? Uh-oh. Is this the person that got in contact with us? I'm beginning to suspect it was, because now everyone's seeing him everywhere. Yes. Do you think he might have been the same guy? I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, as does the convenient proximity to destruction. And if he took the blood of the oldest vampire. Oh. And more so, yeah. That blood of the first vampire Kyle spoke of. Part of the ritual to safely traverse the astral sea involves having an associated anchor for your destination. To find Tuat, you need something connected to him. Like the blood of a vampire eternally bound to him? Yes. Maybe our villain got his hands on it. Perhaps he knows more of Cassiopeia than I anticipated. All this out of context boop is giving me a headache. Innkeep, got another drink to spare to help with all this mess? Something powerful enough to get me through this? Anything for you, Lynn. Woo! Well, this is a lot to take in. That all the things are starting to move so quickly, unfortunately. Okay, something with strength. I'll just give her another Southern Brawler. But before that, I have a feeling we're going to be having a lot more lore dropping. So this would probably be another good time to take a break. This will likely be the last one of the stream and everything else. But I do encourage you all to take a quick stretch break as we do. I'm going to do that. I'm going to drink some water. Spirit just got home, so I'm going to stand up and stretch, as I encourage you all to do as well. We're going to run ads for 3 minutes. Of course, y'all know all the drill. We will do that, and I will be right back. Y'all can just hang out with Ondu and give him the best boy. Alright, I will be right back. Thank you all for your patience. But yeah, whew, that was a lot of lore dropping happening there. My goodness. Alright, we're gonna just make Carolyn a regular Southern Brawler, since she just asked for strength. Yes. Just defense, charisma, and a whole lot of strength. Yeah, I don't think we'll see the end of this tonight, because some of the quests and the discussions are a little familiar from what I skimmed, trying to, again, see how the pacing of the game happens. But we do have a lot of makings of a quest, so we'll see. I put all the strength I have into this drink. Enjoy. I think you just put parts of my sanity back together. Thanks a lot. Anytime. So, this madman, if he can't get the axe, he can't kill the spirit dragon, right? Correct. Great. Let's stop him from getting the axe then. Great idea. I know. Now how do we do that? Well, first the necromancer needs to find it. For that, we'd have to get to Ur's realm. Thanks to the portals, that is entirely within the realm of possibility. One would simply have to journey through one of the portals to the Twilight Chasm, and then enter the endless caves through the Nightmare Realm. Sounds fun. Nothing easier than that. Didn't Melly see some weird new bone waymarkers near the Twilight Chasm portals in the Moon Swamps? Could they be there to remind someone, say a necromancer, of the way to the portal? They could. Good. The moon pools are much easier to reach than Boreas. We should catch the necromancer before he ventures into the chasm, and most certainly before he gets the axe. Great. Let's go beat his... Hold on. What if he's right? Pardon? I mean, what if there's a point to all of this? No one gets this far for nothing, right? Plenty of people do horrible things for terrible reasons. And even noble reasons don't make horrible things good. Regardless of our sympathy for his motives, we shouldn't rush into this immediately. This all calls for a backup plan. If we don't manage to stop him from getting the weapon, we stand no chance in a fight against him. Even your divine attacks would be no match, Miss Anwar. That is true. We would need an incredibly powerful weapon to match his. Is it gonna be the sword Rhea's told us about? Not sure if it's enough. No, from Lynn. Not Rhea, from Lynn. That's right. Those are the two scraps I was talking about that we've held on to this whole time, so... Not sure if it's enough, but I do have the sword I got from my Baba. Let me see it. This is remarkable craftsmanship, infused with minor divine powers. Incredible. But I'm afraid even this cannot rival the great axe in any capacity. What if it was mixed with dragon fire? What? Do you happen to have such a thing on hand, young lad? No, but I know where we can find some. The ever-burning flame in the Highlands is dragon fire. The one you wanted to see, Tia. I think now might be a good time for that. You're right. Dragonfire merged with Carolyn's blessed sword. It wouldn't be as powerful as the axe, but it might give us a fighting chance. If we had a master craftsman to forge it, that is. Rhea. She's a blacksmith. You're right, there's no one better for the job. I'm sure she'd love to forge such a weapon. And I'm sure you can convince her of the importance, Lynn. You got that right. Leave the blacksmith recruiting to me. Very well. I'm sure Master Smith Frostgrip will be delighted with this opportunity. Having her on our side makes me even more confident that we can stop this necromancer's plans. I have the utmost faith in us. And I know the Aperture and its astral portal are well protected even if we should fail. Though I don't believe we will. Because I know I'm strong enough to best this battle, and that Clay is as well. And the others too. Yes, the others too. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if the 4 of you will be enough. Don't worry, there's a lot of people we can ask for help. Like you. Like me. Ask away. I knew we could count on you. You collect everything we talk about, right? I try my best. Could you write us up 2 quests for all this? I think we should split our resources so we get the backup plan going at the same time. Good idea, young man. Plus, that'll give us an excuse to have your drinks help us. Not that you need any excuse, but I appreciate you following my rituals. I'll see what I can do. I should have something written up first thing in the morning. I trust in you as you trust in us. But deeply? Yes. Deeply, and with the knowledge that together we are stronger. Oh. We'll see you in the morning then. Carolyn, come with us. We owe you a few explanations before we make you do any persuasion work for us. You got that right. Let's go. I cannot miss out on more possible details. I shall see you in the morning, Innkeep. Thank you for all of your help. Let's save the world, all right? Let's, Clay. Good luck. That was a lot of stuff happening. Oh my gosh, we're composing so many quests. Holy guacamole. And yeah, the guy that we talked about kind of sounds like the necromancer now. Okay. Undead. Aether tree. Okay, so we've got rumors about the Aether tree. This also talks... This either talks about the tree or it talks about the great axe. It could be both of these, because it's talking about them heading towards the capital. Yeah, that might be it. Let me see... Oh yeah, and the great sword, and going to drench it in dragon fire. Yeah, and that... Plain of Ur... Needs the great axe. Okay, but I think this one. The Dead Parade. A horde of undead is approaching the capital. Their insatiable hunger for the local flora leads them to the exposed roots of the Aether tree, and therefore to the capital of Themis, since it lies nestled in the safety of the roots. This is a mere distraction so the necromancer can fulfill his true plan, but the undead still must be stopped before their hunger for flesh once more. Okay. Okay, and then this one has to be the sword. Heir of Dragonfire. Only a weapon forged in Dragonfire could ever dream up to hold up against the legendary Great Axe of Ur. Luckily, a temple in the Highlands houses the ever-burning flame, an ancient gift from the dragons that'll come in handy right about now. And what better sword to reshape with this flame than another gift from the Realm Keepers, an heirloom passed down to Carolyn with heroism scorched into its very essence. Whew. Okay, what we've got... We've only got 5, and we have enough for one more quest. Now I've got to figure out which one it is. Okay, so we've got the Great Axe. Though again, it sounds like... I don't know. Again, I think the quest wouldn't come together unless I put the right bits of hints together. Yeah, it has to be for them seeking the Great Axe. And these are both about Ur. The Twilight Chase. World calamity is imminent, but there is one last way to save it. The only weapon strong enough to harm Tuat in the Aether Tree is the legendary Great Axe of Ur, and the personification of evil wants it desperately. First, he must make it through the Twilight Chasm, and for that he needs a portal. Sounds like a good location to stop him, right? Ooh. I bet we're gonna get one more rumor to wrap up, like, whoever this foe is, you know? Right. Okay, typically I think quest days don't take too long. Twilight zinnias! I mean, it may be referring to flowers, but still. But yeah, hopefully quest days shouldn't be too long. I mean, like, this day wasn't too long, but still, you know. I don't want to push too far before we get to, like, the point of no return, though I guess people still have to take quests. Oh, hey! Okay, so she convinced her. Good morning. That green whip ain't gonna do, Innkeep. Give me your best lines. I'll hear them all today. Top of the morning to you, adventurers. Go on. Peace and contentment be upon you, travelers. Sweet water and good berries, friends? Alright, enough. You seem to be in high spirits. Not often you get the chance to work on the project of a lifetime. I'm glad you're so passionate about this. Hope you didn't give Lynn too hard of a time convincing you. Nah. Once I mentioned Dragonfire, it would have been harder to stop her from going on the quest. Was just tough to find her. Didn't take you for a nighttime soup enjoyer. I'm not, usually. I can be persuaded, though, with the right soup and company. I assume your quest for comfort food turned out successfully? Not at all. It was thwarted by the shadow of night. Dearest Rhea, promise we shall endeavor to make shortbread another day, when the sun is high in the sky. And the stores are open. I'll need to make that sword first, though. Did Carolyn update you on what's at stake? Sure did. Those sigils of alcoholic zest won't know what hit them when they see my newly forged weapon. It's sigils of Alkahest. Gesundheit. So I assume you worked out a game plan? More or less. Not like we got a lot of info in that quest of yours. I'm sorry. Aye, you worked hard with what you had. We'll manage. Though that ever-burning flame of Leviathan sounds more like a myth than something real. Sounds exactly like something you need for a mythical weapon capable of saving the world. Ha! Still, are you sure you're okay with reforging your sword for this care? Yes, it's the right thing to do. That wasn't what I was asking about. Believe me, I know a thing or two about the importance of an heirloom. It's fine. It's just... I wonder if I'll still feel the same connection to my Baba when I look at the sword afterwards. Eventually, everything she gazed at in life will be gone. Don't you think she'd like looking at the sword of Carolyn the hero? That has quite a wonderful ring to it. I didn't know your grandma, but reforging that sword with Dragonfire to save the world. I think she would have been mighty proud of you. Now I'll make sure that weapon is the best anyone swung this side of the Aether Tree. You have a competition to win, after all. Exactly. I've been thinking all night about what techniques to use. The design ain't exactly final, but I'll finish it during our trip to the Highlands if I'm fast enough. Rhea, are you doing okay? You never heard of giving someone time to think? You seem to be putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This can't just be some simple run-of-the-mill weapon. And there's so much to decide before starting the forging process. Hitting, quenching, tapering. And the 5 Varican heat treatment techniques. And the 5... Wait. That could actually work. I'm surprised you still remember those. Certainly. You were very passionate about the method. I'm just stoked to get a weapon made by you, Rhea. If it's you, I know my Baba's sword is in good hands. Everybody's coming together. You seem to have the forging part covered. Anything planned for the rest of the quest? Right. Since we don't really know how much about who or what might be guarding the flame, we're taking Hex along. should we encounter any defenses of the magical sort. As for how to get to the Highlands, Clay and Tia couldn't come along, so let's hope Baya is up for helping us with her tree travel thing. Seems like you've got your bases covered. You as the main fighter, Rhea as craftsmaster, Hex and Baya as magical support, and Kyle as... I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill a role this time, Innkeeper. I tried to distract myself, but the mere thought of dear Evelyn hurt and alone, or worse. It struck me with a torment strong enough to make even this undead heart bleed with worry. No matter what transpired between us, all I craved was to know her safe. But to allow my dear friends to march into danger alone was no less distressing. He was almost inconsolable the entire evening. I didn't want to choose one side, only to lose the other forever. That's when I slammed my empty bowl of soup down on the table between us. We weren't going to go off and die just because he took his eyes off of us for a few days. And yet that very fate has struck me several times in the past. I said, well, to what be darned if you never get to see me master weapon. Doesn't matter if I have to chew my way through that dang tree myself. Heard the dead have a taste for bark anyways. It was as if those words washed away most of the anguish that was ailing my soul. Surely it was time to believe in the future, and to reconcile with the past I left behind, all for my most cherished people. As long as I didn't forget along the way. But we found a workaround for that. Flashcards! I just need to pull them out and be greeted by the wonderful cards prepared for me by Rhea and Carolyn. Even though they may be far from me. That sounds great, Kyle. There's one about you as well. I'm honored. Seems like you thought of everything then. Hopefully. Some help with your drinks might be mighty appreciated nonetheless. Anything particular in mind? Some fire resistance seems like it'd come in pretty handy. That does sound reasonable. We could focus on agility if we're already going that direction. Don't think we want to take whatever traps we run into head on. And add some strength as well, for anything we can't avoid. That and the fire resistance should definitely help with forging the weapon as well. Though, the ghostberry I brought you yesterday, I wouldn't mind some invisibility either. It might give us some imaginative ways to deal with whatever challenges we end up facing. Concentrating on intelligence to take full advantage of that sounds like a good option too. Hex would like that. I bet. Knowing him, there's an equal chance of his ideas going right or horribly wrong. If things go south, we'll need the charm to talk our way out of anything. And this way, dear Evelyn will be stunned by my most captivating entrance. Sounds decent. Some intelligence could also help with figuring out those techniques you mentioned. Don't make me choose between 3 drinks. And my design, I guess. Alright, Innkeep. You look like you're bursting to help us out with the decision. Is it going to be dexterity with some strength? Fire... Hold on. This is coming to a big decision. Hold on. I mean, not that I think we're gonna come back and play through all this, but jeez. This is a turning point. And I don't know if it's gonna matter in their success or who comes back alive or what. Can't you add in all 3? I have to make 1 drink. So, is it going to be dexterity with some strength as backup and fire resistance, or should we approach this with intelligence, a small dose of charisma in case things go really wrong, and some handy invisibility? Well, if you're asking me... Yeah, because the question is, like, are they going to be headed off by somebody? Like, I really feel like I'm leaning towards the invisibility manner. You pick the second one? Yeah. I was thinking that too. Because again, it's like they don't know, like, who they might meet up along the way. Even though we think we're only working with 1 necromancer right now. I don't know. Buh. Oh gosh. Funny enough, the last whisper actually works in with that, but... Let me see. So... we need something that has a whole lot of intelligence and a little bit of charm. I don't think the I don't think the agility is going to matter, even though it's more major than the charm is, technically. And hey, they're going to be technically climbing up a mountain anyway, I do believe. So I think this one should fulfill the requirements. I think. Man, I mean, as cool as the Last Whisper is, that sounds, I don't know, kind of dangerous. Man, let's go with the Peak Sunrise. I'll see if we can add in the intelligence with this. Oh, the ghost berries look like ghost berries. Cute. Alright. Look at it. Alright, so that gives us the charisma, starts us on intelligence, so we just need 2 shots of agility. 2 shots of agility and 2 shots of intelligence. Oh, 3, excuse me. Oh, no, wait, what? Alright, hang on. Whoop. Hold on, buddy. Okay, so she said the ghost berries because invisibility. I mixed up somewhere. Oh, because it takes away agility. I see. Okay, so 2 shots of intelligence. 2 shots of intelligence, and then 3 shots of agility. Got it. I missed that it was taking away. There's the Peak Sunrise. Let's see. This is why I saved, is having to make these decisions for all these big quests, so. If you want to forge that weapon properly, it might be best to preserve your strength. Also, anyone guarding the flame should be pretty invested in the dragon's well-being. So here, to solving the challenges ahead of you cleverly. Appreciated, Innkeeper. I think this will put us on the right track. And with that, we're off to the Highlands. Me and Kyle are gonna go grab Hex. Before I let him go check on his ex-wife. You go get Baya? Sure. Good. Alright, that's it, Innkeep. One last line for good luck. Make it count. Mind the creaky step on your way out. Heh, fair. Fare thee well, dear Innkeeper. Kinda weird, isn't it? What is? There's going to be a battle for the fate of the world. But Elfie ain't even here to worry themselves stupid about it. They'd have loved this, I think. Not the impending doom, but all this getting together to defeat evil stuff. Make sure to tell those guys heading to the Twilight Portal to keep an eye out for them. I will. Good. Suppose it's time for me to head out as well. Stay safe, Lynn. Always, Innkeeper. It's getting real, chat. It's getting real for real. And now everybody's coming back. Hang on. I'm not going to save over what we did. But I am going to make a second save, because I think we're going to be dealing with 2 sets of drinks here. Innkeeper, we have returned. I can see that, Tia. I was awaiting you. Though I'm surprised to see you here, Jade. Yeah, well, Miss Holier-than-thou dragged me along. Some rant about finally doing my part. I distinctly remember you expressing open interest in our plight when we were talking to Iniko. I believe you asked multiple questions that indicated your desire to help. And I remember asking how much you pay, and you said nothing, so I said no thanks. And yet you didn't resist coming along. Do you have a better job lined up, Jade? Not yet. Iniko and I are eyeing something, but I guess I've got some time to kill. Perhaps Iniko can help then too? They better. Not sure if I can deal with Princess here alone. No need to deal with me. I can handle myself. I'd love to have Iniko on the team. Me too. I assume you have written us a quest, Innkeeper. I have. Take a look. Excellent work. I knew we could count on you. Let me have a look at that. We just have to catch the guy at the portal. Seems simple enough. We could even set up an ambush. Or be sneaky if he's already there. You can sneak, big guy? I can do a lot of things. A few years back, I spent time with some lithic panthers who showed me how to sneak up on anybody. I just don't like doing it. Seems a bit rude, you know? No, I don't. But I think this situation calls for a little rudeness. Agreed. It does. And for a little more manpower. You're right, Innkeeper. We should ask Iniko for help. Also, Hex suggested taking Voy along. He's great at distractions and knows his way around the Twilight Chasm should our quest lead into it. Apparently he has family there, though I hope we don't need to disturb them. Anyone else? We considered a whole lot more, but Scully and Grace made a fine point. They said not everyone is battle-tested, and that it'd be reckless to take inexperienced adventurers along. They also said we should look into more backup plans for the backup plan. I think they just wanted an excuse to do some research, and to stay away from the bloodshed. Can't blame them. Melly really wanted to come too, but Dave said no. Is he coming himself? Of course. Made these two ask him before we got here. We need good fighters and kids got some talent. I hope he said goodbye properly this time. Carolyn made sure he did. Never saw a more terrifying death glare in my whole life. He was very impressive. It was. So, are you finished with your questions? Actually, could you review the plan for me one more time? It's been a long couple of weeks. Sure. So listen up. We make it to the Twilight Portal by the moon pools, and we stop our big, bad, evil Boop from going through. If we fail that, or if he's faster than us, we chase him through the Twilight Chasm and into Ur. And we prevent him from getting that fancy axe. And if that fails, well, we stop him at all costs. Sounds like a good plan. While you're at it, will you keep an eye out for Fable for me? Of course. Now, Innkeeper, by the dragons and all that is holy in this world, can we count on your help again? Yes. What do you mean, no? Why would I say no? Other than it has to be a but thou must, but no, not no. What do you need? Easy. We just need to be quicker than that maniac. We should be the first to reach the portal. And we should be the first to attack him, all while dodging his counterattacks. Outspeeding him seems like the smartest option here. You're wrong. It is foolish to think his strikes won't be powerful. We need to be well protected against him so we can take him down before he really hurts any of us. Don't be stupid. If we're fast enough, we won't get a chance to hurt us. I'd like you to say that again when you're lying in a pool of your own blood. Okay, maybe we need both? It's just the balance that counts. We could focus on a whole lot of defense but keep some dexterity in our back pocket. And maybe some of those fast infusion thingies could make up the difference. I could hasten you with some golden feathers or saber fangs. Great! Alternatively, you could give us a lot of dexterity instead, with just a little bit of defense on top. And to make sure we won't get hurt, you could give us some of that frost armor Scully says he wants to try out someday. Sure thing. I've got enough frozen pine cones left for that. I don't think Jade and Tia can make a decision without bloodshed, so could you help us out? Of course. I know just what to do. Do we? Ugh. So we either have to be fast and defensive, or we have to be defensive and a little fast. What a pick. Oh, man. I mean, I know that they say frost armor, which I guess would be armor and frost protection. But I don't know if this guy's going to be using frost spells. Ugh. I feel like the armor one with the agility and the little bit of haste would maybe be the way to go. It might not be, because I think there's going to be multiple endings to this, considering we're having to pick for what sounds like some of the big bad quests for this conclusion. But I think I'm going to go with this one. If chat has any input, of course. I mean, like, this could go either way, which is probably why this has so many achievements, is to mark what outcomes you've gotten from your quests. Let me look at the drinks. Let me see. Okay, so we could give them a steel tonic because it has a whole lot of defense. And one thing of agility. But then we could also have them be fast, which also has a little bit of defense. Again, as cool as the last whisper sounds, it sounds so final and not in the good way. So I kind of think I want to give them a steel tonic. They keep pointing me towards this too, and it just sounds and looks literally cursed. Not even like the cursed coffee over there. Yeah, I think we'll go with the steel tonic. Give him a whole lot of defense. And then what was it? Haste? Haste. Yeah, what she said. Gold feathers. Although that adds unnecessary charisma. Let me see. Here we go. This one would be better. This one would be better with the saber fangs. Because we don't have to worry about charisma. And then that already does the agility, the little bit of strength. Plus we haven't used this one. Like, I forget when we got this infusion, but we have not used it yet, so, you know. Okay, then a whole lot of defense. Alright, steel tonic with haste. Yeah. Alright. Defense should be your #1 priority. But I think haste makes for a good backup plan. You can never have enough of those. See, I was right. As usual, you chose the right focus, Innkeeper. Ugh. At least we'll be fast, so I don't have to listen to you gloat much longer. Let's get this over with. Alright, Clay, let's go. What's wrong? Clay? Are you okay? No, I don't think so. Aren't you scared? Of what? All of this. The fate of the world is a very heavy weight to bear, don't you think? What if someone gets hurt and I can't stop it? What if I can't protect you and the others in the world and the ferrets? Clay, stop, please. For a moment, just stop. I know this is scary. Truth be told, I'm scared too. My whole life has been building up to this moment. I've always been told I'm meant to save people, and if I can't, what's the point of me, you know? You are the point. I'm glad you exist, even if you don't save anyone. You're not some mythical savior, you're my friend. And you are mine. I'm a little less afraid because I have you with me. You taught me how to value myself as a person, despite all the weight on my shoulders. I wish you would do the same for yourself. I promise you, together we will get through this. And we will save each other, and our friends, and the world, and all of the ferrets. And the innkeeper while we're at it. Thank you. I appreciate being included. Fear is a powerful motivator. Use it. If you're scared they'll get hurt, channel all your fear into making sure they don't. So, Use my fear for strength? Just like with anger? Exactly. Don't let him use it against you. Strike him down with it. I think I can work with that. Can we still hold hands on the way there? So it's a little less scary? Yes! Of course. Oh. So cute. And remember, you can never lose me. Your bracelet will always tell you exactly where I am. And if you get lost somehow, despite your impeccable sense of orientation, mine will help me find you too. You just get lost looking. Maybe I'd have to ask Jade for help. I'd do that for you. Thank you, Tia. You're a great best friend. Oh. So are you. Alright then, best bud. Let's do this. Together. Best of luck. We won't need it. Oh. So wholesome in times of adversity. You must have made them some really good drinks, Innkeeper. I've never seen Clay that determined. I tried my best. I have to say, Grace, I'm surprised you're not accompanying Hex to see the ever-burning flame. She didn't want to stop studying the magic spells. She thinks they might help us solve all this. I think what might help me right now is a drink. Something that'll get my thoughts flowing gracefully despite all this mess. Give me a moment. Alright, so everybody's coming together. At least I just have to choose to make one drink. Ay. Alright, let's make her a silent owl. I think that would be appropriate. Even though that's probably not exactly what she needs. But I think it'll help. We'll do this. And then it needs one more thing of intelligence. Again, if we can get through all the quest giving, I think we'll be set up for the next session, which should be the last session, hopefully. And agility. Then strength. Alright. Ding ding. Okay. There you are. A delicious thought detangler, just for you. I don't think I've ever tasted detangler as delicious as this. You've tasted detangler? Melly, would you like a drink as well? No, thank you. I've already had 3 hot chocolates today. If I think any more magic enters my system, I'm going to eat the sun. On to another topic then. I heard you formed a research team. We did. Obviously Grace and I are the leaders, but we also recruited Scully and Archie. Say no. I mean, that much hot chocolate in one day can be a feat, so. And Una said she wanted to sit with us and crochet while we work. What a great excuse to help. She insists we don't call it helping. Of course she does. Rufus is helping us too. His wool is so soft it calms everyone down. I wish Dave would join us too. I guess he's busy fighting the mean guy. But he promised he'd be back soon, so... And he'd better keep that promise. What are you looking into anyway? Melly mentioned spells? Are those the ones Hex found in the tower? Yes, those ones exactly. He stayed up all night decoding their formulas, but as soon as he figured out what they were about, he lost interest. So I picked them up. Most of them were rudimentary, all things we already have in our spellbooks, but 2 stuck out to me. Care to educate me? Which one do you want to hear about first? Teleportation or soul binding? Soul binding. Hex brought home a glass case with a glowing floating scroll inside. After we got it out and removed all the protective runes, he was pretty disappointed. A riddle-locked glass case of protective runes. Seems like someone didn't want it to be used. I'm pretty sure I know why. It describes pulling souls right out of people's bodies and binding them to objects. Completely volatile magic, and dangerous, I assume. It's been a little hard to translate. I'm trying to figure out any side effects it may have, so I can convince Hex not to use it whenever he's slightly inconvenienced. Sounds difficult, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. What about the other scroll? the other scroll. One of the scrolls he found holds a powerful teleportation spell. Now, I fancy myself quite equipped at conjuration magic, but Hex finds it boring. He picked the scroll up because he assumed the golden runes meant it was special. He was right, but I guess it didn't have enough fire for him. More special than a soul-binding scroll? No, but it's still special enough. I think if cast correctly, it could get you anywhere in Asteria with incredible accuracy. And even to protected places and other planes, but I'm trying to figure out how to use it without destroying myself. It requires more mana than people usually have in their body. So you think it'd kill its caster? Almost certainly so. But it still has a lot of promise. Maybe I can modify it. Best of luck. Thank you. Hex also brought back a lot of the wizard's personal notes. Diaries and such, retellings of his exploits, of his hopes, dreams, and fears. When I have some more time, I think I'll be able to deep dive into who he was. Maybe I can even put a little exhibition together. If Voy and Iniko let me borrow some of those magic items. I doubt they'd dare refuse you. I'd hope not. I want some magic scrolls of my own to decipher. But first we need to finish this research, just because we need to figure out what to do if... It's just nice to have something to do, is all. Plus, I'll take any excuse to hear more of Scully's Everbloom stories. He's trying to figure out whether we can reverse the sigils. That'd be neat. Maybe you can duct tape them back together. I don't think so. With Archie's help, I also made this whole board where I can collect and connect all our clues. Specifically, I've been looking into who exactly that necromancer could be. Clay said he noticed some flowers on his armor, and I think that might be a clue. Maybe he's a florist, or they're zombie flowers, or he wants to destroy all the flowers. I need to figure out what his motive is. Because if we can figure out his motive, we can figure out who he is, and then we can figure out his weaknesses. Not that we'll need them, because Dave and the others will... What did he say? Kick his abs? Looking into it makes me... calmer? Yes. Nice substitution there, game. Aside from missing that one gamer word earlier. They'll be alright, right, Innkeeper? The zombies aren't going to eat them, like they ate my parents. They won't. They'll all protect each other. He'll come back for you. I hope so. I don't want that to happen again. I miss my parents. I wish they were here to hold my hand. What were they like? Well, I remember my dad always told me bedtime stories about swashbuckling burglars. And I remember my mom loved making things out of yarn, especially socks. And they were really nice and cool, and I loved them so much. I know I can't replace your parents, but is it okay if I hold your hand until Dave, Carolyn, and Fable come back? That'd be nice. I feel a lot safer with them around, you know? Like I'm home again. You are home. I think so, too. But enough dramatic backstory. I'm turning into Dave. Just less repressed and gay for Fable. Maybe it's time to head out. We'll update you on our research tomorrow, Innkeeper, but first, we're going to get a lot of ice cream. Well, you do need a lot of sugar for all that research and brain power, so... Exactly. Una promised she'd make some. Save some for me. We'll try. Quincy! Oh my gosh! He's showing up right at the end. Hello there. It's been a while since you last showed up. I feared you went home without saying goodbye. I wouldn't do that, my friend. I did end up finding those golden loom feathers quickly, with a little help from Voyage. But with everything going down, I decided to stick around and help those in need. That sounds just like you. How are things with you, though? You don't need to say much for me to know what that face means. I've seen it once or twice before. Is there something I can do for you? What is there to be done, Quincy? It's like everything is in limbo. Like dancing on the edge of a blade. One wrong move and it's over. Something like that. Would it help if I asked you for a drink? Maybe. You know what always helps me when I'm feeling down? What? A good cup of Quincy's hot chocolate. Now is a good time for a hydration check. Here. After all I've heard, you might need it more than me. We got his hot chocolate recipe! Hold on, I want to see that, because I don't know if we're going to be able to make a thing. And it's even in his little cup! Oh, that's so wholesome. Perfect for the cold nights of the winter solstice or days when your heart just needs a little warming up, Quincy's hot chocolate will have your spirits reinvigorated in no time. This hot cocoa with a dash of cinnamon quickly returns the feeling back into your chilled bones, and maybe you will feel a little less alone. Oh, it's so stinging wholesome! Thank you. That's very kind of you. Now, go on. Make me a drink. This one, or another one. Whatever you'd like. We're making this hot chocolate, dang it! We're making the hot chocolate. Abso-freaking-lutely. And it's hot, and it tastes. So yeah, hot chocolate. Hot chocolate. Wow, that has a lot of things in it. It doesn't have strength in it. I need something that doesn't minus, or I need it to minus. This one might work, because it doesn't have strength in it. We'll see. Yeah, we're making the hot chocolate, dang it. Alright, almost a little bit of everything, which is surprising for Quincy. Or not surprising, I would say. Because he would do a little bit of everything. Okay, a little charisma. And then 2 things of agility. Yes, hot chocolate. Oh, it's even got a little ascot tied to it. But yeah, that totally looks like the cup that he uses. Couldn't wait to try it out right away. Well, you replicated it perfectly. My hands and heart are warm. Want a sip for yourself? You look like you need it. Maybe later. May this drink be warmer than the currents of these times. It most certainly is. Thank you, Innkeep. Of course. So, how are you? I'm losing my mind. Understandable. It feels like an underreaction. It feels like there are a million different emotions whirling around in my head, almost none of them good. And if they are good, my worries twist them into something horrifying. That doesn't seem fair. I don't know if emotions can be fair or unfair. Either way, it's good to feel things. Reminds you you're alive. I'd like to feel a little less. We all say that, until suddenly we do, and then we wish we weren't so empty. Isn't it good to care again? To have people you want to be well? Maybe. I didn't think I'd care again. I didn't want to, but it just happened. Yes, just like that. Without my consent, I might add. The heart wants what it wants, and sometimes what it wants is friendship. But I can see how that's a scary feeling. So many things are out on the line now, perhaps more than you bargained for. It was easier when I just looked away. Would you rather look away than help your patrons, your friends? Would you rather look away? No. But now I have to face the fear of losing them. Funny. Funny? Didn't you swear to me you were done fearing death, that you had nothing left to lose? No, Quincy, don't be mad at me. Sometimes lying to ourselves is easier than lying to others, I guess. I'll keep my "I told you so" to myself. I just feel like I'm stuck in an endless cycle and there's no way out that doesn't tear me apart. Would it help you to know we've all felt like that at some point in our lives? Not really, no. Then let me leave you with this instead. Love may come at the price of loss, but the inevitability of loss also comes with the reward of love. You can't lose something without having loved it. And so you should love whatever it is you fear to lose. Those are the moments that matter, the moments that make your life worth living. Besides, you have the power to step out of that cursed circle anytime. Do I? Write your own story, my friend. Don't doom yourself because you think it's what you deserve. I forgot how good you are at giving advice. Makes me a bit envious. You'll get there eventually. I hope so. Thanks for checking in. I think I needed that. Of course. Please don't stop reaching out. The safety of isolation is not worth the loneliness. I'll try to remember that. You better. Now, I heard the 9 markers is close by, and I really don't want to waste this opportunity, so don't let me hold you back. Until next time, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and be safe out there. Oh, that was so nice of Quincy to come back in the midst of everything. Why don't I get a catchphrase? Thank you, game. Oh well, guess it comes with age. Maybe next millennium. Oh, what is that in the night sky? Also, hi. You're new. Uh-oh. This is the guy, isn't it? Because flowers and gloomy looking armor. Uh-oh. Hello. Greetings, traveler. Hello, old friend. Catch up with your past. Uh-oh. We about to get some lore? Nice armor. Is it new? No. Doesn't it seem familiar? The flowers certainly do. Did you keep my books? You know, I imagine this place differently. It's nice. Thank you. But I thought you'd be long gone by now. After all, you like running, don't you? I like it here. Though your visit is making me consider moving soon. It's not advised to stay in one place for too long anyway. Eventually the past will catch up to you. I figured. What brings you here, really, Kesar? You know, this and that. I paid Marrow Castle a visit. It's quite serene this time of year. Uh-oh. What for? Sightseeing, trespassing. You broke in? I wouldn't phrase it like that. Burglary is incredibly impolite. I was persistent in my approach. Politely, I knocked on the door. Unfortunately, vampires these days have no hospitality. The lady of the house greeted me with a snarl and slammed the door in my face. Not like that stopped me, but I found it quite rude. So, you did break in. Obviously, as a last resort. There was something I needed more than manners. As expected, she wouldn't give up her precious relic freely. So you killed her. I would have, but no, the rat escaped. In the blink of an eye, she dissolved into mist. I always consider that to be a vampire's most annoying skill. But at least I got what I wanted. And what would that be? Curious as ever, aren't you? That's why I made it my job. What? Being nosy? Something like that. I get to hear a lot of things every day. People like to talk. You manipulate your patients into telling you their darkest secrets. I don't manipulate, I listen. I'm all ears. What would Lady Evelyn have that you, Kesar Duskbringer, would want? Just a little blood. Ingredients for the execution of a grand design. Grand design? We were never ones to make big plans. We? Who is we? Speak for yourself. Maybe times changed you. Oddly enough, you still look the same. I had to make sure you'd recognize me after all. How could I ever forget you? It seems like it was pretty easy for you to move on. It wasn't. Yet you're hiding. You ran away from everything that once mattered to build a life behind a counter in a shabby tavern. Is that why you're here? To throw your accusations around? No. I guess I just wanted one last chat now that everything's coming to an end. And I'm curious about how this old friend of mine is doing. So how are you doing, friend? I'm full of hope for a better tomorrow. Me too. I'm just afraid that we're hoping for different dawns. We might be. How are you doing? Do you even want to know? It's my job, and my tavern is open to everyone. Your protective spells beg to differ. They let you through, didn't they? So, how about a drink? And then you tell me whatever it is you need to get off your chest. Sure. Let's see if you still know me well enough. And if you remember what I taught you. Of course I do. Ooh. Andu's scared. I'm sorry, baby. You want something loaded with charisma, huh? Well, not that. What do we give him? Bah. Well, it seems like we are pushing ads. I'm gonna snooze, and we're just gonna see if we can get there. It's like, I knew this was gonna be a little bit of a lore dump. I guess I just wasn't expecting, like, how much unfort, so. Alright, we'll just go with a simple spoken heart. Try to get him to loosen his tongue a little bit. I'm sorry, baby. I know, we want the bad man to go away too, but... You know, epic conclusions and all that noise. Ooh, even pets don't help him, of course. Yeah, that's it. How about this? Sweet and chatty. Not bad. Almost tastes like back in the day. Did you think I'd forget? Yes. I assumed you're as good as abandoning memories as you are as abandoning people. Ouch. Seems like people are right about one thing, though. That would be... Your drinks can influence fate. They can't save people, but they can push them in a direction, alter their destiny. I wouldn't go that far. I simply do my best to support my patrons in their endeavors. Will you support my endeavor? As I said, I serve everyone in this tavern. How noble. How awfully, morally gray. How opportunistic. It's like nothing's changed. I like it that way. Making decisions for people, leading them to their doom. All because you can't help but wonder what a little entropy would do. I help. You help, sure. You always like to help when it was most convenient for you. When it got people to love you. I hope all your helping has aided you in forgetting them. I didn't forget them. Oh, is that so? I couldn't sleep for months. My heart bled and bled until there was nothing left to bleed. I was alone. And by the end of it, when nothing was left, there was just one question. How could the one person I trusted with my life turn on me like that? How dare she leave me with nothing but the stars, staring at them alone? Wondering whether the blood would ever wash off. And how, by the dragons and their false light, is all you've done with your freedom, this dastardly achieved freedom, this. There's still blood on our hands. It took me way too long to realize that I didn't have to give up, that I'm not like you, that it doesn't have to be their blood that sticks to my hands. They are gone. Not for much longer. Soon the star rain and the flood that washed away our yesterday will open the gates to a new tomorrow, a new horizon unhaunted by still ghosts. Caesar. Innkeeper. Why would you do something like this? Don't we still owe it to them? The you I knew would have agreed. The me you knew was foolish. Some situations are hopeless and some decisions aren't easy. Decisions are quite easy if you set your mind to it. Say I need to tear apart Cassiopeia's wings for the stars to rain upon Gaia. An ambitious task. I could decide not to and abandon my plans because I'm intimidated by the complexity, or scared of the consequences, but no, instead I choose to stick with with it and get what I want. I don't give up. I succeed. It truly is that simple. If you care, you'll get it done, no matter how much effort it may take. Everyone was dead. I wasn't. Didn't we promise to always stand by each other's side? To never be alone again? We did. Didn't they deserve the same? They did. Then why are you here and they aren't? I don't know. Me neither. What did we mean to you? Nothing. We meant nothing to you. The home we built, it meant so little. That's not true. Do you still ponder about the meaning of life watching the stars? No, there aren't any anymore. It's better that way. It means there's no risk of getting caught up in trivial things, like getting caught up in the thought of a world without pain. Like that. So naive. So stupid. It meant everything to me. Don't lie to me! I've seen through the charade. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. Look at the stars now as they lie at our feet, a declaration of your failure, an elegy to your cowardice, and a demonstration of my endurance. Everything is set. Everyone will get what they deserve. Even your little replacements. Soon there'll be no more but a fading memory on the horizon. Feels familiar, doesn't it? They're alive. They can be saved. They are alive, indeed. What you should ask yourself is for how much longer, and if the time comes, will you run again? No. But you sent them to your deaths, did you not? I sent them to stop you. I'm aware. Which reminds me, I'll have to leave soon before your little pawns interfere with my threads of fate. Gertrude, come on, it's time to go home. The bird was his ally. The bird was his spy this whole time. Interesting. Care to explain? I sent you a little companion so you wouldn't be so alone, but I need her back now. You know I value my privacy. And I value the perfect execution of my plans. So thank you for collecting so much information for me. Ah! You don't have to do this. I don't, but I will. Anyway, I got somewhere to be. Speaking of which, my invitation. The offer still stands. Join me and watch as I repair what you've destroyed 30 years ago. We did have something to do with it! Join me to witness the renaissance of times past. I can't. My place is here. What a pity. It almost pains me to see you haven't changed one bit. I've moved on. You should try it sometime. Spoken like a true coward. It's not like I need you anyway. Not anymore. See you soon, old friend. Or not. Here you go, baby. I'm sorry you were scared. I mean, probably I was too, but still. Staring down the man that was going to enact something that's going to destroy the cosmos and our current friends? Woof. Woo! But yeah, that was a lot to take in. No, we are not starting today. Because that is a lot of lore that just got dumped on us. That not only was our friend the necromancer that is enacting the destruction of the entire world, but also that we supposedly had something to do with breaking the first sigil when we broke into the portals in the first place. Craziness. I knew the mysterious background of the Innkeeper was going to have something to do with it in the background at some point. But holy moly. But we should be able to make it through whatever kind of conclusion happens next time. Because, my gosh. I knew this was going to be lore heavy, but I still wanted to get through. Oh my gosh. I just didn't know how lore heavy or long it would be. But this leaves us on a good cliffhanger after so much of a big lore dump to see what happens. So we are going to call it there for today. So thank you everybody so much for watching with Evil Lurks Chat. I appreciate all you guys for hanging out and enjoying all of the tavern talk. It is coming to the exciting conclusion, whatever that may be. And such. Oh my gosh. And I'm so glad we got to see Quincy again and make his hot chocolate. It was like too good for this. Alright, we will go back. Make sure we save and save again. As we do. Twilight Zinnias. But yeah. But this has been good, and I'm really excited to see what the conclusion is going to be, and I guess the DLC, because supposedly, tiny spoilers, the DLC takes place a year and a half after the conclusion of the base game. So we will see, because good gosh. Yeah, I need to take a break, as I suggest you all do as well. But yeah, again, thank you guys for hanging out, for having so much fun and all that noise. I'm just gonna send you guys out into the void, find your favorite streamer, give him some support and love and everything else. But that is going to be it for me. So for now, I hope you all will have a lovely day or evening wherever you are in the world, and I hope I'll see you all again soon. Take care, everyone.